Well, hello everyone. How you doing? Should we do the thing that we did yesterday and like pick a song and play it, but have like the audio muted? I'll just link it in chat so people can listen to it. Do we want to do that? Because I have a song teed up. Yeah, Swish, it's coming along good. Yeah. Very nice. Here. I got a song teed up. I will link it in the chat. STO test flight today. I don't know. It'll fly when it's done, dude. Here. Listen to this. I'll wait for the ad block. People that opened it, if you do see an ad, that does happen. We will wait. Okay, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. Nice. Nice. Here, I'll just put on regular music. I'll put on regular music. There you go. Enjoy. Hi. Oh man, Brimo made burgers today, and I was just digesting that. And by digesting, I mean inhaling. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty good. Where's the DJ? Oh, here. Does this work? Nope. No guitar. You gotta stop inhaling food? Sorry, man, I can't help it. No, well, that doesn't work. That's good. Okay, I was gonna play the guitar, but yeah, that ain't happening. What's that, Phil? Huh. 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 What is this? Huh.
Beco booster engine cutoff, standing by for stage set. And we have good indication of stage separation. We have pre-start on the RL-10, standing by for ignition. We have ignition and full thrust on the RL-10. Chamber pressure looks good. Body rates look good.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to do
6G throttle limiting, standing by for Beco. And we have Beco booster engine cutoff, standing by for stage set.
Zzz.
And we have good indication of stage separation. We have pre-start on the RL-10, standing by for ignition.
Cool.
We have ignition and full thrust on the RL-10. Chamber pressure looks good. Body rates look good. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison.
That's cool.
This first burn of today's mission will last approximately 10 minutes 30 seconds.
Nice.
RL-10 engine operating parameters look...
What's the white smoke? It's a vent line from the... This could be hydrogen or oxygen. I don't know which one it is. They do a pre-start by flowing propellants into the engine and basically exchanging the heat with the nozzle. And that heat expansion turns the turbo pumps. That's the pre-start sequence.
Engine cutoff, standing by for stage set.
This vent line right here is a thermal chill down. It's a thermal chilling line, so they'd run the propellants in to keep it cool through a pre-valve, and then they start running it through the nozzles and everything. I looked at the other rocket cams that has never done that.
And we have good indication of stage separation.
Man. Pretty cool. Is this from... yeah.
T-minus 10,
Let's
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Atlas ignition, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff, the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket with the 5th space-based infrared system satellite for the United States Space Force.
Well, Swishio, this was a new engine. It was a new upper stage engine, so that oscillation must be normal, I guess.
Now 15 seconds into flight. PU's gone to closed loop control. Engine operating parameters continue to look good.
Sorry, Jake. I can talk faster than you can type, man. Sorry about that. I'm not sorry. Hey, look.
Vehicle's now completing the pitch over program. Body rates look good.
Parking lot.
Seeing good chamber pressure on both
Nice
SRBs.
parking lot, boy.
And RD-180 now beginning the throttle bucket. Engine response looks good.
Speaking of lunch, did I
And now
see
passing
this?
through Mach 1, Atlas 5 is now supersonic, and Max Q, maximum dynamic pressure.
Yep, I've seen that. It's pretty awesome.
Body rates continue to look good through the boost phase. Vehicle's now throttling back up slightly. Engine response continues to look good. Chamber pressure on both SRBs continue to look good.
Yeah, she's going fast.
Now passing 1 minute 10 seconds into flight. Atlas is now 10 miles in altitude, 4.5 miles downrange distance, traveling at
That's cool.
2,000 miles per hour. 1 minute 20 seconds into flight, standing by for SRB burnout shortly.
What are you planning today? I plan to
Body
play
rates continue to
KSP.
look good.
I gotta
Chamber
finish
pressure
that
on the
plane,
SRB
man.
is now tailing off. And we have burnout on both SRBs. Atlas will hold on to the SRBs for an additional 39 seconds before jettison. RD-180 is throttled back up to full thrust. Engine response looks good. Now passing 1 minute 50 seconds into flight. Body rates continue to look good throughout the boost phase.
These camera angles don't suck.
And the Atlas 5 now weighs 1/2 of its liftoff weight. And standing by for SRB jettison shortly. And we have good indication of separation of both SRBs. Now just under 2 minutes remaining in the booster phase of flight.
Why do they hold on to the solids? Isn't it dead weight at that point? Yeah. If it's dead weight, why would they hold on to it? Not why did they do that? What are they trying to do? Why would you want to coast with the SRBs? Prevent something bad from happening? But what? Do you know, Staples? I'm curious. Do you know? I know. More momentum. It's not really how that works. Close, brain. No, they hold on to them because look at how the nozzle or the nose cone of that SRB is. If you deployed that with a certain atmospheric pressure, so like if you deployed it down in the atmosphere, this would cause the SRB nose to want to tip back and hit the booster. They wait until a higher altitude where ambient pressure is low, so aerodynamic forces during separation are mitigated. That's why they coast with them.
By for SRB jettison shortly. And we have good indication of separation of both SRBs.
Pretty cool,
Now
huh?
just under
So the SRB, they dump it, and the cool thing is
and standing by for SRB jettison shortly.
look what happens. They pop it off, and it pops off just fine, and then the bottom of it gets caught in the plume of the RD-180, and it causes the thing to spin. See that?
Indication of separation of both SRBs. Now just under 2 minutes
cool,
remaining
huh?
in the booster phase of flight. Vehicle's gone to closed loop steering.
Surprised they haven't tweaked the mixture of the SRBs so they burn out at a point where they don't need to hold on to them. It's one of the... No. No, you'd standardize the SRB. The reason why they hold them is because of this particular configuration and where this payload is going, dude. No, you wouldn't want to do that at all, Hellfish. You'd want to do the opposite of that. You standardize the SRBs and just add on as many as you need, and sometimes that doesn't equate out to a perfectly efficient ascent profile. That's
Seeing a
Atlas
slight
5,
correction
though.
in the body rates, now damping out nicely. Body 180 engine operating parameters continue to look good. Body 180 throttling down slightly now as expected.
No, jeez.
2 minutes 40 seconds into flight.
Oh, you're getting vertigo
Atlas
yet?
is now 39 miles in altitude, 68 miles downrange distance, traveling at 5,400 miles per hour.
Yikes.
And the Centaur reaction control system is now pressurizing to flight levels. System response looks good.
But where is
Coming
the
up on 2
flap
minutes into
cam?
flight. RD-180 pump speeds and injector pressures continue to look good. Body rates continue to look good. Now about 1 minute remaining until booster end.
Let's get to the good stuff.
RD-180 now going to 4.6G throttle limiting, standing by for pico. And we have Beco booster engine cutoff standing
See
by
that
for
vent
stage
line
set.
right there, and click.
And we have good indication of stage separation.
Oh,
We have
that's so
pre-start on the
legit.
RL10, standing by for ignition.
So cool.
We have ignition and full thrust on the RL10. Chamber pressure looks good. Body rates look good. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison.
Pretty crazy, huh? You see how slow the fairing jettison was? That shows you the TWR, the RL10. It's very, very low.
Chamber pressure looks good. Body rates look good.
Hey, Dutch guy, thanks for the raid.
And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison. This first burn of today's mission will last approximately
Duck and
10
cover.
minutes 30 seconds.
What's going on, guys?
RL10 engine operating parameters look good. Body rates have damped out nicely from the startup transients. And we have good indication of separation of the Sibers GO5 spacecraft.
Cool. Did you see the nozzle doing its thing?
RL10 engine operating parameters look good. Body rates have damped out nicely from the startup transients.
Yeah. Huh. Anyway, Dutch guy, thank you for the raid, man. I do appreciate it. How are you? Gameplay, what's going on, man? How's things? Oh wait, there's a launch today? No. We're in a little bit of a dry spell until the 26th, until next Wednesday. That was Sibers GO5. That was the Atlas launch from the other day, Canadian. Dutch guy, I was lurking, man. You were leaving the moon, yeah? What were you up to? Thanks, love to see it. Hell yeah. Alright. Right on, gameplay. Yeah, nearly failed. It's been a while. Well. No, it's all good, John. No problem. Alright. Fellas, check this thing out. Made some pretty good progress yesterday, but I think it's too heavy. I think the SSDO is too heavy. We have a negative mass fraction. It looks nice though. The lander is way too heavy. Yeah. Where's the capsule? What? NASA will be launching another sounding rocket from Wallops on the 26th. Cool, cool. I think we're too heavy. Where does the crew go for launch is what I meant. Right here? In that area somewhere? Hey Shaw, I got off work. How's the building going? I literally just started, man. Enjoy the stream. Alright, gameplay. See you, buddy. That's what I always say. So we had this idea. We had this idea of replacing the skin with flags, but I'm not sure how well that's gonna work. I really don't like that. don't know if that's gonna be what we're looking for. All right, Dutch guy. See you, buddy. Can we not add another engine? TWR isn't the problem. It's Delta V. Yeah, man. TWR ain't the issue here. We got plenty of thrust. I mean, in this configuration, dudes, it has about 3,900 atmospheric Delta V, so about 4,200 vac. Nice, Clayton. That's basically what I said I was gonna do, Swishio, yeah. I mean, plus side is that we're only at 327 parts. I really wanted 300, but... Nice, public. Are you an SG-1 fan? I watched a little bit of SG-1, but I never really got into it, to be honest with you. Do you hear Super in the Blowfish right now, public? How are you today? I'm alright, man. I'm still waking up. You know what? Just, if you will, bear with me for a second.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
The wiggle.
Go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery, you can go at
throttle up.
Copy.
Throttle up, throttle down, like Commander Steve Lindsay. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Yeah, that's good. 3 holes next to the orbiter maneuvering nozzles that were covered with some sort of film. That's the aft stinger, the starboard aft stinger. Those are RCS, and they fill them up with foam. It's not really foam; it's like a styrofoam insert, and they're designed to come out with as pressure goes down, or in this case, the vibrations. They put that in there so birds don't go into the rocket motor. And, yeah, foreign object debris. They're just covers, that's all. Here, let's see. Do they come out? Yep. Yeah, the pressure. So, rocket engines create a vacuum. They create an insane vacuum. Because they're pushing all that air down, and it's accelerating all the air around it. It causes super low pressure up here. And look, it's enough to pop those holes completely open. See that? I never really noticed it. Yeah, look at it. Ripped all the dang holes open. They're designed to open up, when external pressure gets low. The front of the shuttle has those foam inserts too, the front RCS mounts when it's on the pad. Yeah, see all that stuff coming off? That's totally normal. What vehicle has the most efficient trajectory to orbit? It really depends on it depends on where you're going, man. You can fly more ascent profiles, but it depends on what payload you're going to. It's not really the most efficient thing. Like, I guess by that logic, Ariane 5 is the most efficient because it literally needs like 1,500 feet per second less delta V than every other rocket. So technically, I guess Ariane 5 is the most efficient. Nice, Clayton. That is badass. Prendelmeyer Singularity. Or Soyuz from Kourou. Yeah, I guess that would be... I mean, Cam, it's a 500 meter a second gain because you're near the equator. Hey, Fat Wolf, thanks for the raid, man. Like, I'm not saying it's a good idea, but how much effort and time would it take to unmothball one of the OVs? About 10 years. Yeah, about a decade. Fat Wolf, thanks for the raid. What's going on? How do they make the sparks to ignite the RS-25s? Those are radial outward firing sparkers, Benno. Those are for hydrogen. That's to make sure that you don't have a nice big Delta IV explosion at the bottom of the rocket when you go to lift off. Yeah, I don't think I need to say why that would be a bad idea. So these sparkers purge out the hydrogen gas that comes from when they go for ignition sequence start. It burns it all off. The shuttle engines, these things don't start those shuttle engines. There's an igniter in there. Like I said, guys, the closest thing to like a torch igniter or a spark igniter in a rocket engine that we have, like down here on the ground, is if you have a propane grill that has an automatic starter in it, it's literally just that. Fat Wolf, what were you up to? Wolfpack raid? Yeah, C-22, if we wanted to... I mean, honestly, you know what I would do at this point? If I was going to restart the shuttle program, Jeff Bezos money, seriously. You'd need that. Yeah, it would cost billions of dollars. You'd need to buy new RS-25s because can't use the ones that were left over. They're already using those. So, yeah, it would be it would basically be starting from scratch at this point. I would build new orbiters if they were going to do that. Like, if we were going to entertain this idea, I would build new orbiters, new launch pads, and that would cost billions of dollars. You would need like $30 billion over 10 years easily. I would build new orbiters, and I would upgrade the I'm saying it's like this is some customizable video game character. No, I would pay for the upgrades to the thermal protection system. Oh, just some rough sketch. I stream a Pictionary-like game where chat guesses what I'm drawing. Oh, that's cool. Neat. Why not do a refit? It would be worth it just to start new, Clayton. There's so much stuff that you'd have to change. The reason why there's so much stuff that you'd have to change is because all the supply chains for the space shuttle are long gone, with the exception of the SRBs and maybe the engines. Everything else is long gone. Half the companies, the company that made the shuttle doesn't exist anymore. It'd be better to upgrade it. Actually, those RS-25Es on a space shuttle would be quite good. Those RS-25Es are insane. You'd probably increase the shuttle's payload capacity a little bit with those things being able to operate where they can. They can go up to like 109% rated, which is pretty nuts. That's pretty crazy. I just tagged you in a tweet. I found something cool. Right on. Would you just go SSTO this time if you were NASA? No. John, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. I have no problem with what NASA's doing. My only problem is dumping shuttle engines in the ocean, but I'll trade that for BLEO architecture. That's fine, i.e. going to the moon. Yeah, it's up to 113 or something. I didn't want to guess, though, Hellfish. The shuttle doesn't need a bigger payload bay. It's perfectly fine for what it is. Yeah, C-22, if we were going to entertain this and privatize the shuttle and start over, yeah, it would be expensive. Yeah, rough napkin math, like $20 to $30 billion over the next 10 years. It's a lot of engineering, dude. And it's not that any one particular system on the shuttle is complicated. The most complicated stuff's already figured out. The SRBs and the shuttle engines, that stuff's already figured out. But we saw how that turned out with SLS. It was already figured out for that too. Not saying that's a knock on SLS or anything. It's just the shuttle is more complicated. No, I'll go out and say the shuttle's more complicated than SLS is. Yeah, oh yeah. Do you have a favorite space photo? I was thinking of a painting of the galaxy, painting a galaxy or something over the weekend. Perpetual. That one right there. If you freeze frame that right there, that's my favorite. No, not any one particular picture. Pillars of Creation are pretty cool, just because that sounds amazing. That's such an amazing name. If we're gonna paint nebulas or something. Like, you want to see something crazy? Well, it doesn't exist anymore, but this existed. This exists in our universe. The Pillars of Creation is nuts. Stars are made in this nebula, which is just crazy. What a picture. It still exists. It's only 800 light years away. Which nebula? The pillars is still there, Jim? Which one isn't? Is it the Horsehead? Horsehead or... Hey, 8,000 light years is not that bad. On a cosmic scale, that's actually pretty close. Are they going to use Starship to bring back Hubble? It could, Clayton, if it does what it needs to do. Yeah. As much as I love the shuttle, why would anyone redo it when A, the Starship... When Starship is A, fully reusable, B, cheaper... Yeah, cheaper. It's a good joke. It's not cheaper. What, so SpaceX isn't investing billions of dollars into the Starship program? It's not that it's cheaper, it's that the price per flight could go down over time. It's not cheaper. This stuff, there's no, it's a zero-sum game when it comes to making something fully reusable. The question is, how much do you want it to cost per flight? Okay? So, the shuttle costs a lot of money to make. We ended up not flying it very much comparatively to what it was supposed to do. The shuttle was supposed to be able to reduce cost to low Earth orbit per kilogram by like 10-fold, and that came from flying it all the time. Starship's going to do the same thing, but Bomb, don't get confused. Starship's going to cost a couple $1 billion to freaking engineer correctly and get working correctly. Don't get confused, man. This stuff is expensive, no matter how you do it. And if we can get the unit price down to $2 million a pop, that would be really good. But the shuttle was supposed to do the same thing. Remember that. I know that's what you meant, but make sure you say that when you're telling people this stuff, dude, because it's not cheaper. It is a big mountain to overcome. But I understand what you're saying. I mean, why rebuild the shuttle? You're missing the point of the entire bomb. Like, you may have come in or late, but the original premise of the question is like, how much would it cost if we like really wanted to? If we really wanted to bring the shuttle back into the fold, how much would it cost? That was the premise of the question, not why. It was how much would it cost. So, yeah, I mean, that was the context of the conversation. So why? I don't know. Because we want to? Yeah, it's just all wishful thinking. Reimagining a more practical current-gen orbiting vehicle just ends up turning it into Dream Chaser. I mean, C-22, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. I don't think there's anything wrong with the shuttle's design. I really don't. If you have a better solution for launching a 60-ton orbiter into space that can carry 25 tons of payload up and 12 tons of payload down, you tell me, okay? Dream Chaser can't do that. Starship will be the only one that even comes close to that. Well, Starship will exceed that, but you get what I'm trying to say. You already reshape it? A little bit, yeah. I worked on these edges a little bit at the end of the stream last night. Got most of it figured out. Skylon, if it's made. Oh boy, because I want to take a golf cart sized payload into space every day. Sure. Good for resupply missions at best. I agree, Geeson. What's the down mass capacity of Dragon? 3 to 5 tons, if I'm remembering off the top of my head. Shuttle can... Oh, of course, the shuttle can take down a Dragon capsule with its down mass capacity inside of it in the payload bay and bring it back down. Yeah. Look, the shuttle wasn't as bad as everybody makes it out to be, and it's annoying that people think that that's what's going on. I mean, what was the initial payload at the beginning of the space race? What? Initial payload. Yes. The average payload size. Hellfish, you ask the most bizarre questions. What are you on about? I'm confused. Eh, Like Sputnik maybe, which is like a basketball-sized satellite. I don't know how much that thing weighed. It wasn't very much though. Point is, you have to start somewhere. Oh, yeah. Is that in context of Sky, like what we were saying with Skylon? Yeah, so I already looked at the flags. I really didn't like what I saw. They're too, like, it's not that it's too clean. I could just get another texture, but they don't. Like, how am I going to bridge the edges here? I'm not really sure I want to do it. But then again, I don't really have a better solution either. That would be so difficult to get lined up. But maybe there's parts where we can use them in different areas. I don't know. Let me get the music back up. I said at the beginning, you know, oh, okay, yeah, Hellfish, I get it, yeah. Always just put more fuel tanks down here with the payload bay underneath where the payload bay should be. That's probably what I'll end up doing. In my in chat, some new. Any idea how we're gonna shrink it down to 250? No. Honestly, I don't have it. It's just a complicated shape, man. Alright, let's get in here and fix some of this up. Can you add a vacuum engine to solve the Delta V problem? Yeah, as far as I have a vacuum engine. It's right there. The shuttle engines are vacuum engines, man. They're vacuum and sea level engines. They're an intermediate nozzle. I think that, I'm not sure if that's what that's called, but This also doesn't get old? What's that, Sebi? Coming down like meteors, real fast. I'm gonna do a final burn here. Yeah. It's not what you heard. It's what you hearin'. Listen. It's what you hearin'. Listen. It's what you hearin'. Listen.
Yeah, there they are.
Usually an inverse correlation, Canadian. Usually.
Coming in like meteors, real fast. They're going to do a final burn here in just a moment. There's final burn 1 and 2. 2 candles coming down.
There they are.
Double sonic booms.
Yeah, it's in chat. Where is he standing? Slick 37, mobile service tower. I'm in this picture. Das, me, Saber, Big D are sitting pretty much over there. You can just barely see the causeway out there. Yeah. This video is the best video, Sebi, for if you want to hear what a rocket engine sounds like. This is what they sound like. They sound like a freight train. It's the strangest noise you've ever heard. I can hear you. What?
Everybody see the other one?
Yeah, there they are. Coming in like meteors, real fast. They're going to do a final burn here in just a moment.
This is what rocket motors sound like, man.
There's final burn 1 and 2.
It's the weirdest
2
sound
candles
you've ever
coming
heard.
down.
There they are.
Double sonic booms. Down. Beautiful landing.
It's pretty good. So you're in that picture too? Where were you? We were on the NASA Causeway, man. That's where we watched it from. It's a good noise. It's a good noise. I like that sound a lot. Hey, been working all week, catching up on the VODs. Have you had a chance to read Andy Weir's latest? I have it sitting on my coffee table. Oh, press site. Hell yeah. All right. I mean, I hear you on both videos. Oh. Dude. I'm such a freaking caveman. I freaking growled at the rocket because the rocket was growling at me to assert dominance over the I don't know, man. I don't know. That's bizarre. That's just sorry, I felt challenged. You know, I don't know, man. It's so stupid. I felt threatened by the rock, so I took that personally. So you ever see that video, the Falcon Heavy video? I metal scream at the rocket. I'm like, ah! It's so stupid. Oh, but hey, I don't know. It was a very visceral moment. The footage of me, Dawson, Saber, and everyone. Oh my god. I was growling at that thing, man. I let out a freaking metal scream, like. So anyways, I started landing. Yeah, right. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. I scream on win-win cycling. Nice. All right. Show me, yeah, it was show me your war face. Ah! You know. Oh my god, it's so embarrassing. But it was awesome. I would do the same thing again. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was growling. The thing was like, and I was like, yeah, launch. So stupid. There were a bunch of people around us, and they probably were like, okay, that guy's a little nuts. Moving on. Yeah. Yeah, come off as a little bit of a psychopath there, but that's okay. Hey, Ozzy, what's going on? Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Right here. It's the bend right there is the problem, but we could, yeah, I could smooth this out. Hold on. Yeah, let's see if we can get in there. It's not what you heard, it's what you hear and listen. It's what you hear and listen. Sorry. SpaceX gonna give it to you what? Think you can launch it on your own? Not gonna give it to you. Knock, knock. Open up the hatch. It's real. No testing in engineering mode is allowed. So if I want to send this, if I want to see how it flies, I gotta send it. That's why I'm waiting on. That's why I'm waiting so much on doing a test flight. Can we slap on a plane and fly it? Plane? Plane. Who is plane? Do we own a plane in this save? I'm actually asking. Those panels don't produce lift in any way. So they produce lift, not wings. They produce body lift, which is the idea here. The idea is not, if I made this whole thing out of wings, it wouldn't fly like a lifting body. The Hilo and the A200 is the only plane I think we have. I'd have to go buy one from, we'd have to go buy one from, the engineering mode save, or career mode. I'm just reshaping these out a little bit, see if we can save on some part count. And there might be some parts here, guys, where I can, Just for a gimmick, though? Or you could design a brand new 747. Why would I do that when I could just buy one? I don't... Make a shuttle carrier to launch at the test altitude. Well, fellas, my plan was always to get this thing ready to be able to integrate on the launch pad. And then fill it up with like a half tank of gas and send it. So I could do approach and landing tests. I'm thinking that would probably be the better way to get this done. You know? Also, there's something that I noticed last night. This panel right here is double the size of that panel and 4 times the mass. So technically, this is 3, or no, it is 4. No, okay, alright, no, sorry, I couldn't math correctly. Yeah, it is 4. Alright, so, yeah, alright, never mind. I was thinking when I was half asleep. Forget I said anything. The math checks out. This is 4 times the size and 4 times the mass. Alright, cool. For some reason, my brain was like, yes, you need 3 of these triangles to make that triangle, obviously. No, it's 4 times the size and 4 times the mass. I was freaking thinking about it when I was in bed last night. I'm like, wait a minute. I only need 3 triangles to make that. But it's 4 times the mass. That makes no sense. Oh. Yeah, we're going to learn a new thing today. It's called math. And without it, none of us would exist. Now, who can tell me here what 9 times 5 is? Morty? Some like 40. Morty, you're absolutely right. 9 times 5 is about 40. I'm giving him an A. Apart from blending the nose, the sides seem to be straight edges. Could you save some parts by using large straight pieces for the sides? Just an idea. If I had large straight pieces, Edge, can you think of any piece in particular? I am actually asking. Because I don't really got anything, man. Here, maybe my regular panels, my panels, not the making history panels, will let's just do a quick. Do something quick today. You're gonna learn. It's called math. Alright, so if we made a panel edge that went like this, right? Oh, they're too wide, first of all. Or they're not wide enough. They're close. And it's close enough that I might be able to fudge that. First of all, how heavy are these panels? They're 75 kilos. Way too heavy. Can't do that. They're way too heavy, dude. Here, we'll try these ones.
Discovery.
How much mass are these? 75 again. Too heavy. It's too heavy, dude. Hey, Adam. Ciao, come stai? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Have you heard about the Gear Wars? I envy you. Dude, which one of these take up more surface area? Hold on. That's not what I clicked on. The squares take up more surface area. What's the mass of one of these things? The mass is 75. And those are 40. So this takes up more surface area than... Oh. Am I looking at this right? Because I'm not... I want to make sure that I'm looking at that correctly. If the point of this went to here, then this would be exactly 1/2 the surface area of this, right? But it doesn't. Meaning that this extra space over here is surface area that this takes up, right? So, therefore that two of these, right, two triangles take up about, I don't know, like 80% of one square. Two triangles is 80 kilograms because it's 40 plus 40, and one of these panels is 75 kilograms. That's a 5 kilogram savings. Interesting. Did save part count at least. Yeah. Interesting.
Discovery, no throttle up.
Hey, Flight Sim, dude, you didn't need to do that. Thanks for the 5 subs, man. I really appreciate it. I don't like the way that fairings generate body lift microwave. Guys, I would have just made this thing with wings on the sides, but wings it really doesn't like wings. The center of lift and everything really starts to get unhappy when you put wings here. Like, it really doesn't like it. Like, at all. The way I see it, I owe you for the constant entertainment and knowledge. How much weight are we trying to shave? I'll be honest with you, I don't even know. Here, we'll go back to our tank testing prototype. So this is literally just the shell. This is the same exact thing without the arrow shell. It weighs 26 tons. Okay? 26 tons. When I did my original mass calculations, I counted this. 9 tons of mass, putting us at 35,581, right? That should be enough to get into orbit. I was thinking 4.5 tons of thermal protection system and 4.5 tons of payload. But I underestimated the TPS. I didn't think it was going to be as heavy as it is. So, yeah. Not good. EJ El Conquistador de Galaxies. see. How do you say we conquer, Squall? Conquistadamos? We conquer! Oh, I got it right! Yeah! I got it right! Dude! I remembered! Yes! Yes! Conquistamos, amigos! Ándale! Couldn't your theory compensate with a launch assist system? Well, Admiral, I'm really trying to shoot for a super single stage to orbit. I was reading your name, Admiral, and talking at the same time, so I was really trying to go, Admiral, for a supernova. That's what my brain was about to do. Lovely, great, good. I'm sure that's real good. What's cooking? I don't know. I think I smell burnt toast. Is smoke coming out of my ears? Is that a Supra? Super stage to orbit. I don't really want any launch assists, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't really want that. Let's go back to the aero shell. Keep in mind, we're still prototyping. Everything is in flux here. I could replace some of this with wings. That was the original idea. That would save mass, and it wouldn't screw up. It wouldn't screw up this too much. I didn't think it would... Hellfish, I honestly didn't think this would be 9 tons of wing, to be honest with you. Yeah. What, did you try arching your shoulders? Oh, he's trying. Wait, what happened to the flag idea? It would be impossible to make the edges line up, Homing Pigeon. It's literally a flat plane of geometry. Like, with the flags, yeah, it really is not ideal. So, I'm going to go in here and I'm going to massage some of these out. Why don't we go upstairs and you give my space plane a massage? What? Whatever you do, just wash your hands. Dumb question, but is the entire top V layer critical? This? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Is massaging SSTOs allowed in the terms of service? I mean, Sawyer, what if we massaged a 2 or 1.5 stage to orbit? What if we did that? So you don't want to massage a shuttle on stream? I would hug. If I could hug the shuttle on stream, I would absolutely do it. Yeah, I'd do that. Are you gonna keep the orange on the end of it? Yeah, Boris, I think I am. Yep, it's getting weird, Jerry. So, you guys would, if I could hot tub stream with a shuttle, then I would. I don't know why I said that. Like, can you imagine the shuttle in the background, sitting in the hot tub with a cigar? I love this job. Yeah, I'd do that. No, it would have to be the real shuttle, Benno. It'd have to be the real one. No other way I'm doing it. And we have Splashdown. Someone cosplay as a shuttle? What? Alright. That'd be a very big hot tub. Yeah. Shuttle body paint. Man, y'all so thirsty. Y'all thirsty. I'm thirsty. Go get some water. Y'all thirsty. Stop being so thirsty. Stop it. Nice. Maybe we should go with the wing option, guys. The wing option could work. It's possible. But, like I said, dudes, the wings really mess stuff up. I know a big hot tub that's not far from 39. I am not dumping a shuttle into the ocean. You heathen. You heathen! Your mom sent us this picture from your... Yep. How does she fly as is? I'm not sure, Hibbit. Do we know? No. You found a college picture of me? You found a college picture of me. Wait. Am I the guy in the orange suit? This got weird. I hope I'm the guy in the orange suit. But you Googled Space Shuttle cosplay girl. This is weird. This got weird. This got weird real quick. Just roll with it. Ragathor, do I have a choice in the matter, man? I don't really have a choice. No, no, silly you. You're clearly the girl with the shuttle. Okay. Okay. Sure, that's fine. Did you see? I mean, did you see the smile on her face? Shuttles just make people happy. Could you mix and max wings and triangles alongside Hellfish? I think that might be the right move. I think that might be the right move. As much as I would like the clean triangle shape all the way to the back, that looks the nicest. I might have to mix it with wings. Everybody said this is gonna be easy, mate. It does. Oh, this looks so good on the front, though. I'm so happy with it. I was waiting for the Primo. Guess what we're going as Halloween as? I mean, in like 3rd grade or 2nd grade or something, you know, my parents asked me what I wanted to be for Halloween. And they're like, do you want to be a superhero? I'm like, nah. And like, do you want to be an astronaut? I'm like, nah. Like, what do you want to be then? I want to be a train. I want to be a steam engine. No, not the conductor. The steam engine. I don't know, man. No. They're like, don't you want to be the conductor? That's the human that drives the train. I'm like, no. That guy's a... No, I want to be the locomotive, man. You would. I mean, Max, I also, like, I've told this story before, but in kindergarten, I remember this distinctly. In kindergarten, I was building a skyscraper out of wooden blocks. Makes sense. And I needed more blocks, and I couldn't have any blocks because we had to share, okay? We had to share the blocks. But I had to share the blocks with the other kids during playtime, alright? So, I went over to the other kids, and I was like, hey, Billy, can I borrow those blocks? I just need them for a second. And he's like, oh, yeah, sure, EJ, no problem. Wait a minute, who are you? And I took the blocks, and I promptly put them at the top of the tower, so no one could get at them. Nobody could reach them. And then I took the chair that I used to stack the blocks, and I put it on the other side of the classroom. And then they're like, hey, can I get the blocks back? I'm like, nope, they're all the way up there. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, nice, RB. Very good. I'm not surprised. Max, they weren't using the blocks correctly, okay? Those kids were not using the blocks correctly. They were using them to, like, make a ramp for cars or whatever. Bro, that's not a road. It's a building material, okay? You don't drive on the metal part of a frigging of a bridge, all right? You drive on the road surface, okay? You use the blocks to hold the damn road up. You don't know how to use those blocks correctly. I deemed it necessary that those blocks be requisitioned as building materials for my project. This was me in kindergarten. Excuse my language. I was a little shit. Oh God, I was a little shit. What? They weren't using their blocks right. You don't know how to use your blocks right, chat. Screw you. I need these blocks to build a masterpiece. All right? I built a freaking block tower as tall as the damn teacher. Okay? And you know what? I was in kindergarten. That might as well be 50 feet high. All right? I don't know any better. I'm a freaking kindergartner. What do I know? All right? And what has changed? Not much. Not much, to be honest with you. Not much. Not much. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. It's not bad. I don't care. You know how to use the damn blocks correctly, okay? You weren't using them right. Stupid kids. Stupid blocks. Telling kindergartners how to use blocks. But I was a kindergartner too, so it's okay. At any other point in my life, that wouldn't have been okay, but it was okay because I was also a kindergartner, okay? So, in that regard, it's totally normal behavior. Narrator, it wasn't normal behavior. I love democracy. Do it. Execute block order 66. Who is your daddy and what does he do? There. Let's get in there. Next project, build a skyscraper out of blocks. Soviet EJ requisitioning blocks. No, DJ. They weren't our blocks. They were my blocks. Okay? I wouldn't say Soviet. I would say very capitalist. EJ. Hey, Yulin, give me the blocks. They're mine now. They're all the way up there. There's nothing I can do. They weren't Eastern blocks. They were Lincoln blocks. No, they were the building blocks. I believe it, RB. Last, what's up? They weren't Roblox. Roblox weren't a thing yet. When I was teaching Lego robotics to 8-year-olds, one girl kept taking all the good parts and hiding them in the bookcase. CC22, that girl's gonna grow up to be a winner. She realized the supply and demand, alright? So she hid all the stuff, and then she was gonna give them out for cash. That's a winner right there. Did you encourage this behavior? I hope you did. Stoinks. Stoinks. I'm sorry, the block's at the top of the tower. I can't reach it. I'm sorry. I thought I was using your blocks lower in the tower. Oh, I played those kids so hard, dude. And then I wondered a little bit later why I didn't have any friends. Oops. Yeah, that explains a lot. Wow, Mason, that's nice. Smart. $4.8 mil. I mean, that's Mopar's RB. Seriously, Mopars are a better investment RB than Dogecoin right now. Mopar is a better investment than most things. You will get your money back. They're super, super sought after. Cars, good equity to invest in. I know. No, my cars aren't really worth anything. They're worth... basically have the NFT version of a car. It's worth something to me. A Hemi Cuda make? How unique is that? It's a 71 Hemi Cuda. Very rare. Very rare. So, alright, real quick. It's a second generation Hemi. So there was the 392 firepower Hemi, and then there was the 426 Hemi, and then there's the 5.7 Hemi that they make right now, which nobody cares about. The Hemi Cuda is a Chrysler E-body. And that's okay. American car at the time. It was a it's a very good, like amongst other things, a very well handling chassis, right? So it looks something like this. And if you took this thing, like if you option one out, dude, you option these things out with the Hemi. The Hemi's a 426, so that's a oh, what is that in liters? 6.4, 6.2, somewhere around there. The thing is, though, is that Dodge built that second gen Hemi for NASCAR. All right, so they built it because of NASCAR homologation rules. So the Hemi Cuda, in that regard, and the Hemi engine in that regard, is like a DFE Cosworth motor, or like a 22B Subaru, or an R32 Skyline in that regard. Like, it was a homologated car, right? Not the Cuda itself, the Hemi and the Charger, if you really want to know, because they used Chargers and Superbirds in the late 60s and into the early 70s, right? So that motor is basically it's a detuned race engine. That's why those things are so ridiculously rare and expensive. We're talking a 6.2, 6.3 liter engine that can rev to 8,000 RPMs in the 60s. The 426 was very, very, very conservatively rated by Mopar. They may have lied. Just like how a 2JZ makes 276 horsepower. Yeah, okay. It was rated at like 425. Yeah, that's bullcrap. It makes like 600 horse. So, you know, they put these, you could option out. Mopar had like Lego kits for cars in the 60s, which is pretty cool. You could option out any engine in any car if you really wanted to, if you special ordered it. And not a lot of Hemi Cudas were made. There were way more 340, so Barracuda RT and an SE, than there were Hemi Cudas. The Hemi Cudas are very rare. There's only like maybe 10 to 15,000 of those cars in existence ever. They didn't make many of them, so they're super freaking rare. Super rare. .426 is 7 liters. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Why can't we have more crazy colors? Like, yeah. Yeah, the Japanese cars have the Skyline, the Supra, the 3000 GT, and the NSX. So Nissan, Honda, Toyota, and Mitsubishi all came together in the late 80s and had a gentleman's agreement that, you know, nobody would make a car that's rated over 276 horsepower from the factory as a gentleman's agreement to basically not start an arms race, like a horsepower war. Literally the car maker equivalent of an arms race. And then promptly no one adhered to that rule. Yeah. Nobody adhered to that rule. Yeah. We did that in the 60s. Ford's Super Cobra Jet was rated at 435. It didn't make 435. It made way more than that. So Ford made an engine based off of the 427, which is if I'm remembering, that's an FE engine. No, it couldn't be FE. I forget. They made an engine based off of the 427 with hemispherical heads, like the Hemi, but they couldn't call it a Hemi because that was Dodge's thing. So they called it a Super Cobra Jet. The Super Cobra Jet, yeah. Dude, if I showed you a Super Cobra Jet engine, it looks like a modern engine. This engine was made in the 60s. Look at this thing. I mean, look at it. It looks like a modern motor. It's the strangest thing. That's from 1969. Yeah, that thing is nuts, dude. I mean, the valve cover and everything looks new. Yeah, Ford made a freaking Hemi in the 60s to compete with Chrysler, and yeah, they rated it at 430 horsepower. Spoiler alert, it didn't make 430 horsepower. It was more like 650 horsepower. Yeah, so those cars, Super Cobra Jets, Hemi Cudas, big block Chevys, so like SS454 Chevelles, those things, they go for so much money, dude. Because that was the last of the horsepower wars before the oil crisis happened. So, and then emissions started ruining things. Not ruining things, you know what I mean. And yeah, then we started making junk. And then, yeah. Then we went from making super BAMF stuff like that to making stuff like this. And yeah, sorry about that. My bad. Hey, Taradra, 48-month resub. Love you, man. Thanks for all you've done for me. Bro, come on now. Taradra, I give the people I like the most amount of crap. So, screw Yargnit and also screw you. Concrete, 16-month resub. Going to head up to New England in a few weeks. Got inspired to stop in Virginia to look at Discovery. Good man. Go back to that Boss 429 picture. What is that pressure gauge connected to? Your face is crap. Got him. Yeah. So, Pintos are actually not bad cars, to be honest with you. They just got a bad reputation like the Corvair. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, my bad. I want that one, though. See last for a Hemi Cuda. Your uncle's 70 Hemi got a nice oh, that's really cool, man. You like it, Vasya? Really? I mean, Pintos weren't bad cars. They really weren't. They had a bad reputation. So it's funny because history frigging repeats itself, dudes. History repeats itself. You know how Tesla, anytime a Tesla anywhere in the world has like one of the most vicious freaking accidents and it catches on fire, and then everyone's like, the Tesla can catch on fire because of the batteries. It's unsafe. That happened to the Pinto. That same exact thing happened to the Pinto. One person in one case scenario in one weird accident got rear-ended and the fuel tank caught on fire. And then Pintos had a reputation for catching on fire after that. Nowadays, Skenny and Volvo has a horsepower race going on. Nice. I like that. Mm-hmm. Did you know they made a four-door version of the Yugo? It was called the WeGo. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. It's not that Pintos were bad cars. It's just it's not a Hemi Cuda or Super Cobra jet. Literally within like 2 to 3 years, we went from cars that are making like 600 horse to cars that were making 50. 50. Yeah. 50. Go back to that Boss 429 picture. What's the pressure gauge attached to? Hang on. Let's take a look. You know what? I don't know. Why would... So, it's clearly a pressure indicator, but it looks like it's tapped into the crankcase. Just like shuttles are being known for very dangerous. Exactly, Velo. Same thing happened to the Chevy Corvair. Dude, a lot of people don't know. If you're from overseas, the U.S. in the 60s, the early 60s, Chevy, the brand that I freaking hate, remember? I don't mind 60s Chevrolet. 60s Chevrolet is great. They made a rear-wheel drive, two-door coupe, flat six rear engine. Like a Porsche. Right? It's like a Porsche. It had a flat six. It was just as fast as a freaking Porsche. And then they turboed it from the factory. Factory turbo flat six, rear wheel drive, rear engine, two-door coupe. From Chevy in the 60s. And then some bonehead said that the suspension design wasn't safe and he rule 8'd the entire car. Seriously. Unsafe at any speed. And it's not that it was a bad car, but since it got rule 8'd really freaking hard, right? Nobody bought them anymore because there was a public stigma against it because it's unsafe, right? Because it's mentioned in this book, and that book says unsafe on it. Do you guys want to know what the best-selling car of the 60s was? You guys want to know what the best-selling car of the 60s was? No, it wasn't the Mustang. No, it wasn't a Datsun. It was that. That is a two-door, rear engine, rear-wheel drive, flat four. Literally with the same suspension design. Yeah, the Beetle and the Corvair suspension were very similar. Yeah. One of those cars was the best-selling car of the 60s, and the other one was unsafe at any speed. Public perception, man. Freaking ruined stuff, dude. Ruined stuff. It didn't have double wishbone. It had swing arms. Hibbit swing arms. So, the swing arm suspension is... Basically, they were snap oversteer. Snap oversteer is what they were honing in on. So the problem with that is that the suspension does this. See that? And you can get gnarly body roll with the swing arm design like this that can cause the thing to flip over. You get this coupled with snap oversteer. Can really, 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 really screw things up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't want your tires to not be touching the ground when you're trying to turn. That coupled with the moment of inertia of having an engine glued to the back of your car, actually, snap oversteer is the same kind of thing that happens with SSTOs when you try to build an SSTO in Kerbal and the center of mass is too far back. It's very hard to keep the vehicle stable. IMO, the 67 Mustang is one of the best looking cars. I agree. Yeah, yeah, that's one of the most beautiful cars ever designed. The Mustang does have the single best sales numbers, 64 and 65. Yeah, it's because Lee Iacocca knows how to design a car, Hellfish. One of my heroes. Seriously. One of my heroes. When he died, I was I was just as upset as when John Young passed away. I firmly believe that John Young didn't pass away though. He was just needed somewhere else. He probably left the planet to go start a Mars colony or something. John Young doesn't die. He just kind of keeps persisting. He's like Thanos. He's inevitable. But yeah, interesting story about suspension. Ford also knew how to advertise. Bro, Lee Iacocca wasn't an engineer. He was a salesman. Yeah, you guys want to hear an awesome story about, like, running a company. Mopar is trying to bring back Big Block and Big Power Life, but all the kids nowadays want Priuses and lawnmowers. I mean, Goalie, I would beg to disagree. You know what the funny thing is? And this is what I'll say about Wario over here, okay? Do you see this thing right here? This car I'm about to show you. You'll probably know it. You see this thing? That thing weighs 4,500 pounds. Or it's something ridiculous. 4,500 pounds. It's a big friggin' car, and it's heavy. All I see with Teslas, which is funny to me, all I see with Teslas is a frickin' big American boat. It's just the return of the friggin' land yacht, dude. But it's a land yacht that can go 0 to 60 in like 3 seconds. That's all I see. That's all that is. It's a modern day land yacht. How is it not? Weighs as much as one, and it's as big as just as big as one. Anybody who's seen a Model S, it's a huge friggin' car. You know what, man? That's why I don't mind electric, Goalie. Don't get me wrong. I like my big chortling freaking V8 just as much as the next guy. You know that. I don't need to say it. All my cars have freaking V8s. But also, the kids nowadays are inadvertently being suckered back into personal luxury vehicles, which I think is hilarious. It's so funny. The car meta is hilarious to me. Yeah, Pete. Teslas are friggin' boats, dude. That battery is heavy. You know? It's a freaking boat. All I see is that. Every time I see a Model S drive by, it's a personal luxury vehicle, which is hilarious. Can you guys imagine having a coupe that's like 25 feet long? That's how big that thing is. Where's my V8 forklift? I mean, they said Cybertruck would literally float. Yep. Talked about the rumor that the Roadster... Yeah, Max, they're going to use... Yeah, it's going to have air compressors on it. They're going to use the cold gas thrusters from Falcon 9. Not exactly, but it's going to be a version of that. And you're going to have a pressure tank inside, and it's going to be the same thing that they use for air suspension. And it's the same exact thing that you'd use for air ride, but it has RCS on it. That's a really good idea, to be honest with you. I mean, Elon knows, dude. Cars need to be cool to sell. He understands that, and that's why I like Tesla. Elon gets it, dude. You can't make a frigging GM EV1. You can't make it a frigging electric Lada. You can't make some little compact piece of crap that nobody wants. You got to make it cool. That's why I like him. Dude knows how to sell cars, man. He's pretty damn good at it. I love how everyone says, but the tires can't handle that. But the tires can't handle that? Wait, who said that, Phil? COPV instead of a backseat? You don't even need a COPV, Mason. We're not even talking about those pressures. I wouldn't put a COPV in the back of a car, though. just an aluminum tank. Everyone on Twitter. Saying the tires can't handle the power when you have thrusters augmenting your electric motor is like saying that Atlas 5 that launched the other day is not the RD180 can't take having two SRBs attached to it. What? You know the thrusters are helping, not hindering, right? The solid boosters that are on Atlas help the RD180 push the payload further into... No. The tires can't take it. That's fine, I guess. What they mean is that tires are the limitation to go more than 1.9 seconds, but the thrusters make those limitations irrelevant. Yeah, exactly. That's why they put thrusters on it, Mason. The thrusters... because if you make... Guys, horsepower isn't everything, dudes. I'm telling you. Horsepower is not everything with a rocket. Not a rocket. I mean, it is, but with a rocket, that actually matters. With a car, horsepower isn't everything. It's power to weight. You can have a car that's the size of a Volkswagen Beetle. If it makes 1,000 horsepower, who cares? You're just going to spin tires all day. You'll step on the gas and the tire... The key is to find the right amount of power for the weight of the vehicle to achieve an ideal power to weight so the tires actually hook up. The thrusters are designed to beat that problem. If you have thrusters pushing you down the road, the tire's going to grip anyway. And then if you have power application while you're already moving, it's much easier it's much harder to lose grip once the car is already rolling. That's why NASCAR, for instance, does a rolling start. That's why they do a rolling start in NASCAR, to avoid that problem, so nobody spins out when they try to start. So the thrusters are actually overcoming the tire grip problem. Wario dance? It's almost like SNL knew, Mason. They didn't even need to make the skits funny. It's like they knew because of the memes. It's like saying an airplane on a treadmill can't take off. Exactly, Synerd. Yeah, I mean, Synerd, you know good and well that the thrusters overcomes the tire problem. That doesn't hinder it. You think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and just make stuff up? Think someone would do that? Yeah, Plek, I'm kind of with you on that one. Nah, that never happens? Okay. Alright. So lake planes are impossible then? Huh? Huh? Alright.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Andy, what's up, dude? 4 years and still rolling star. Alright. Alright, 12 Bravo, I have to get ready for work. I need to go teach people how to work on aircraft. Make sure you tell them to tie things off. That's important. Vibrations and stuff, right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Always tie it off, and then write on the paper that you did that. That's important. Anything that's red, you remove before flight. Sorry. All right, no. Yeah. All right, man. Have fun. Anything that's red, remove. Sorry. Stupid. Okay, fellas. Saw a whole private jet that was painted red. What then? Did the red parts say remove before flight? Because it can be red, but if it's red and it says remove before flight, then you should probably remove it. If it's red and it doesn't say remove before flight and you remove it, yeah, that could make some problems. I see a red jet and I want to paint it black. Oh, Canadian, you had your question about TWR versus Delta V. Canadian, the way I look at thrust to weight ratio and Delta V is it's not Delta V and TWR. It's TWR to specific impulse. It's like horsepower and torque, dude. They're not necessarily inversely proportional to each other, but yeah, usually you swap one for the other. If you want an engine that makes more power, it's gonna be less efficient, just like a car. But there are some cases where that's not the case. For instance, a high energy upper stage, like an S4B, that thing makes like, it's the equivalent, the Saturn V's third stage is like the equivalent of making 1,000 horsepower and getting like 80 miles to the gallon. Yeah, because it's using hydrogen. That's why. That kind of understanding of like that inverse proportion to of thrust to weight to delta V, that really only applies to rocket motors that are operating down here. When you get up in space, you can do both of those things at the same time. That's why there's a lot of fanboys of this engine, which I myself included. This is a J2X. The J2X was a rocket engine that got 30 billion. You don't need to, you know exactly what I mean. There's no need to say anything more. It's a gas generator spark igniter Hydrolox engine. It's kind of in the same family as the shuttle engine in an RS-68. Yeah, it's somewhere around there. Check the specs. 1,300 kilonewtons at 448 specific impulse. That's insane. That's a really, really, really good upper stage engine. It's actually a really good every engine. Seriously. In fact, if you took this thing and you gave it an intermediate nozzle, well, if you took it and gave it an intermediate nozzle, you basically get that. It's in the same family. The shuttle engine is derived loosely from the J2X. But the difference is that this is a closed cycle gas generator with two turbines. There's two power heads. There's one over here for liquid hydrogen and one over here for liquid oxygen. And those dump, right? The big difference between this and a shuttle engine is the shuttle stage combustion cycle. This is gas generator. This is a lot simpler. But the shuttle engine, the difference between like a J2X and an RS-25 is like the RS-25 would be the equivalent of having a supercharger on your rocket engine. You're not moving air, you're moving liquid, and that's partially what the stage combustion cycle does. The J2X is dumb? Oh, that's good, right? Nice. Nice, Signer. Same for Arion. Yeah, the Vulcan engine. That's right. The Vulcan engine is really good. I mean, that is a good motor too. I do like this one. But I'm not talking about that. This thing. It's a gas generator Hydrolox engine. Alexis, this is such a nice piece of kit, dude. I mean, look at this thing. 1100 at 431. It's not as good as a J2X, but then again, the J2X exists on paper. This thing actually exists. You know what, Alexis? I want like 4 or 5 of these. Give me like 4 or 5 Vulcan engines on like an 8, not an 8 meter core. How about we do, what would work? Give me a 5 meter core. 5 meter core with 4. Actually, no, we'd need 5 meter core with 5 Vulcan engines and make an SSTO. Yeah, like the Venture Star. Those engines are perfect for it, dude, because that's what they're designed to do. Those Vulcan engines have an intermediate nozzle. It's not an upper stage nozzle, but it ain't a first stage nozzle either. It's like a little mini shuttle engine. These things are really good for that. You could make really nice SSTOs with these engines. Oh, dude. Yeah, see? Anytime someone says the Europeans don't do anything with space, I look at this and I say, oh yeah? I don't think it's the fact that they can't do anything in space. I don't think they try, because look at what happens when they try. That's beautiful. Magnifique.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's pretty. Very pretty. Look at it. Oh. Ah, that's eye candy right there, man. They made at least one flight-ready J2X. They made 3 of them, Synerd. Yeah. I prefer a cluster of RL60s. Basically a scaled-up RL10. Yep. Duke 72 months at Tier 3. We have made it 6 whole years. I can't believe that, dude. Nah, Alexis, the French, you guys know how to make airplanes, dude. Yeah, French know how to make airplanes. The Brits know how to make airplanes too, but they kind of stopped. You guys know how to make planes, absolutely. Yeah, man. The Mirage? Oh, I don't know. The Eurofighter's kind of based off of it. Whatever. And then there was that whole project. There was that whole project, Alexis. What's it called? The Concorde? Yeah. Yeah, no, you guys know what you're doing. You guys are good. Launch people into space, please. So how much work have we done on the SSTO in early hours? There we go. We've done work. We're good. Does KSP have ground effect? No. Some small footnote. Yeah, the Concorde wouldn't work very well if it wasn't for those Snecma afterburners on it. Just saying. Guess what Snecma is? Oh, it's French. Curious. Goalie, so earlier you were saying the limiting thing for cars is tires, engines, or fuel. There's no bottleneck for a car, Goalie. It depends on the application. So for instance, your pickup truck. If your pickup truck was making 1,000 horsepower, dude, you'd just peel the rear tires all day. Why would you peel the rear tires all day? Because your power to weight ratio is terrible. You basically have the equivalent of like 8 shuttle engines on the back with an Electron-sized fuel tank. In your case, you'd need to put sandbags in the bed or better tires so you grip. Ideally both. But you don't want to put too much weight in the rear, all right? Or else you'll just go slower. Isn't the heat tolerance of those wing pieces non-existent? Which wing pieces? The Fat 455s? I'm kind of hoping that the way I set this up, it should be able to shed the heat off. But yeah, that remains to be seen. Yeah, the Harrier lasts a lot. The Harrier is genius. Seriously, the guy whoever came up with the Harrier is on another level. It's like Skunkworks crazy. It's Skunkworks levels of nuts. That is, I mean, using a tap off to make jump jets is, and a reaction control system. The Harrier has has RCS in it, guys. RCS, just like Falcon 9, literally the same thing. But where it gets its pressurized cold gas is from actually a hot gas thruster. It's the engine. They have an intake that's picking up on the exhaust from the Harrier's turbofan, right? And they're using that as the reaction control system. It pressurizes the system, and you have RCS. The Harrier has reaction control systems that actually tap off intake air, which is pretty nuts. That would be a really cool feature to have in KSP. You have a vernier thruster that picks up off, that's consumable as intake air. You could do it. Yeah, that would be an easily moddable piece. Yeah, Synerd, I was speaking very generally. Yeah, if you really want to be technical, yeah, it's the compressor bleed, which is still crazy. The aft jets are the jet turbine exhaust, and the front jets are tapping off the bypass. Yeah, sorry, I was talking and working at the same time. Are you going to do a cockpit-style crew quarters? I don't know, Asterix. It really depends on the performance that we get from this thing. I'm still really worried about the mass here. But you know what I should do? We should build it out. I should build it out. That's what we gotta do. We gotta build it out. Are you going to try flags? RJ, I already kind of looked at it at the very beginning of the stream. The flags would be very difficult to get right. It's possible. All right, here. I can show you. So if we took the flags, right? The large flag is almost the exact size that... Wait, that's it. Hold on, breakthrough. So my problem is if I had flags here and here, right? It would be really difficult to get the edges to line up. Right? Like that. It would be really difficult to get it exactly right, to the point where it probably would never look right. Now, with that being said, we could build it, we could put it on certain parts, and then we could use it to bridge the gap, just like I'm using wings and triangles. That's actually a good idea. Why do you need flags? I think it's good how it is. Goalie, she's too fat. She's too fat, man. She's too heavy. It doesn't, I don't think it has the Delta V to be able to get any useful payload up into space. What is the biggest wing? Well, Old Force, I really don't want to use wings, man. I really don't. Couldn't you, like, put them on a single panel on a node snap so they all line up? It's not... Oh, yeah, of course, for the rows, RJ, but where the meeting edges is where we're going to have some issues. But, I mean, how much do these flags weigh? 3 kilos. Yeah. I mean, let's see. These are 40 kilos a pop, so 80. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So, we do 0.4 times 16. That's 6. No. They're 40 kilos, so decimal points. So it'd be 0.04, not 0.4. Yeah, okay, so let's go in here and calculator. So 0.04 times 16. Yeah, 600, yeah, okay, 640, okay. So that means that each one of these triangles is 640. Yeah, okay. How seamless do you need to be in KSP? It doesn't matter, C22. I could literally do this Doesn't matter. I want it to look good, though. That's the thing. We might be able to get away with this, and then we'd shave off, so 640 kilos on each side. That's what, 1280? That's 1.2 tons. All right, let's go to prototype 6. Flag skin testing article 52121. Off topic. Will docking ports fusing prevent this from working? Will docking port fusing prevent this from working? No. What is that? An early space station freedom concept? You want to make it in Kerbal? Yeah, Gold, it's an SSDO. This SSDO is based off of VentureStar, Lockheed's X-33 and VentureStar program. The problem is, just like any SSDO, is that I'm having some real trouble with mass. And I know what people are going to say, just take the panels off. No, that's a thermal protection system. Seriously, it's a TPS. I have my re-entry difficulty turned all the way up. So, I'm not going to say that a thermal protection system exactly matters so much, but I want to make sure that this thing is built for whatever, you know? So, alright guys, let's try the flags. We have prototype 6 here. Just put the flags there for a second. And then... Alright, that one has those triangles attached here. It's all... Okay, it's all that. Alright, so let's start here, and we'll work our way back. We'll see what it does. I might be able to bridge this correctly. It's going to be difficult with the flags because the control point is in the direct center. It's not on the edge like it is with the triangles, so this is going to be harder to sculpt. I basically need to get this flag coplanar with the triangle, which, once again, that's going to be a little bit on the difficult side. Stupid question, can we shoehorn extra tanks? Well, I'd have to go back and retest the design. I'd rather take weight off what we have, Blue, than go and add more stuff. I got an idea. What's the lightest part in here? Cubic octag. 1 kilo. Alright, instead of sitting here messing around and screwing with these flags all day, here's what we do. Ready? Where's the rotating? It's gonna be more parts though. You really need a feature we're adding in 1.12. Shame I can't tell you what it is. Channel box. If you can give me some raw data on the rotational information on this, Max, that would be really cool. I hope I didn't just guess that. But even if I did guess, you're not going to tell me. But dude, those ground anchor points, man. Oh my god. You weren't lying. If you give me the rotational numbers, man, my building competency in this will go up probably by about 20%. At least. Repeating, of course. Hey, looking at you from France, what's the plan today? Building an SSTO. Bonjour, PX. Comment ça va? Either way. Max, how you doing, dude? I mean, it's very clear by the KSP loading stuff that you guys have been putting foot to tail. It's pretty awesome, man. It's really cool to see. 20% repeating it. It was a joke, Wookie, but yeah. Maybe with a different texture. These flags are just a punch in the eye. I know what you mean, Switchio. Yeah, a channel box like in Maya. Not rotational data. That's a good thought, though. I'm doing good. Can't wait to see more new stuff get announced. The ground anchors, man. The ground anchors. Okay, Max. My first and only question is, and if you want to tell me to piss off, just do it. How does that work with a vessel docking hierarchy? Or no, you can't answer that. Damn it. Oh, dude, this is like bugs crawling around in my head, and I'm like, go away. Ground anchors, did I miss something? Guys, Squad released and Private Division released for the 1.12 upgrade. They released some teasers. Part of the teasers, QQ, was a piece of equipment that a Kerbal can deploy in construction mode, and you deploy it, and it's a ground anchor. It's a ground anchor. So you can put the ground anchor down, it'll drill itself into the ground, and if you put a docking port on it, then you can anchor structures to the surface of the planet that you're on. Wait a minute, does that work on asteroids too? I know we have the claw, I understand. I want the ground anchor, screw the claw. I hope it works on asteroids as well. That would be really nice. Oh, now you're making my brain go into overdrive. It's another vessel on the ground till you dock to it. You deploy it like a deployed science part. You can EVA construct to it, add docking ports, and connect to another craft. Doesn't work on asteroids because asteroids are already another vessel. You could just attach a docking port to them. You can Kerbal construct a docking port to an asteroid. I didn't even realize that. Why don't you tell us these things, man? Why didn't anybody tell me my butt was so big? Huh. Today we learned. Well, thanks, man.
Max, I just wanted to tell you. I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you.
Yeah, you can EVA construct to an asteroid like anything else. How did we miss that, chat? How did we miss that? How did we miss that? We should do an asteroid redirect mission once we get this all figured out. It looks good, Flex? Thanks, man. Yeah. You can display center of mass and center of thrust to put a docking port on an asteroid. Apollo? What's stopping us from EVAing a Kerbal to to show center of mass and center of lift on a vessel that's flying around. Super dangerous. I just did a contract to rescue a Kerbal and bring back their pod. That shot with the pod, pretty awesome. Huh. Interesting. Kerbals tend to fall off. What if it was inside of a payload bay? Now, you can't do EVA construction in a seat. Nothing. That's the point of adding center of mass and center of lift to EVA construction. You can just inspect your vessel. But Max, what if there was a way to, like, inspect your vessel in flight? Huh. The real question is, do asteroids allow fuel flow? I mean, even if they don't, Wookiee, you just run a fuel line. Right? Anyway. Alright, let me get back to what I was doing here. So, I need a physics-less part. Actually... What's the equilateral? The equilateral is 10 kilograms, and that's 20 kilograms. Alright, so, alright. Fellas, I got an idea. Here's the idea. Let me take this and attach it to root, right? Just one of the triangles, right? It's, right? Just a regular triangle. Now take the flag, right? Take the flag, turn it right side up, right? And say, you know, maybe we could make a texture or something, or come up with a better texture for this, or whatnot. How about, like, gray? There we go. And then make this to the large flag size, right? And then move this into position on the absolute, right? I got an idea, and it's a way to finally place flags, to fine-tune placing the flags, right? You anchor them on a triangle. Yeah, it's more parts, but it's also way lighter. Watch. So you take this, right? And now I can manipulate the flags. I basically added a transform to manipulate flags like that. What are we gonna build them? Yeah, right? Yeah, it'll work like Nomex. We should... I should get a Nomex texture for the flags that looks like, that looks like the Nomex thermal blankets that are on the shuttle. See that? This is a Nomex. It's a fire blanket. The parts on the shuttle that aren't susceptible to direct heating have this on it. They have four different types of thermal protection systems on the shuttle. They have the Nomex fire blanket, the LRSI white tiles right there for medium heat, and then for parts that were really, really heavy heating, you have the HRSI, high resistant silicate tiles, the black tiles. And then for the parts on the shuttle that get the hottest, you have the RCC, the gray parts, which is the nose cone and stuff. If I could get a good Nomex texture going, I'd think about it. But it would have to be like a Kerbalized version of it or something. Or we could just do a checkerboard. We could just do the checkerboard and call it a day. I like this idea. They just need to add wraps. Well, that's... With 3D modeling, Goalie, that's way easier said than done. Gary, what's up, dude? How you doing? Just like a flight suit or a driving suit. Where do you think they got the idea? OFT2 is on July 30th per NASA. Money. Does it require the small triangle? Hammer, that makes these things way easier to, it makes it way easier to place it. So yeah, you do need it. It's the backing plate. So fellas, this is a 3D modeling thing, alright? If I take the flag, right? And I take the flag and I sit here and I try to place it and we rotate it like this and I rotate it into position. You see where the rotation point is on this? It's right in the center. That'd be really difficult to sit here and kind of get it aligned and try to be like, okay, I think that's good. Okay, I think that's good. Basically, in 3D modeling, this is called a rotational transform. The rotation, and by kind of, you know, association, not association, the rotational and the translational transform is the point where the object rotates. The rotational transform is dead center. So I don't want to sit here and just fine place this all day. With this, I can just copy it, right? And we could place it, and if I need to fine tune it, right? If I need to fine tune it, my rotational point now, because it's attached to the triangle, is at one side. So I can sit here and I can mess with this until I get it right. Basically, you line up one side first, right? And then you line up the other side, and now you're good, and now it's seamless. It makes it a lot easier. Yeah, I'm changing what's called the rotational transform of the geometry by parenting it to a structural panel. Isn't this going to lag like crazy because of the dozens of small triangles? It's 300 parts, Slow Chief. Why would it lag? I mean, okay, Slow, to be 100% clear, my computer's really freaking good. I have a custom-made computer with an overclocked hex core. 4.8 gigs per core. It's designed, my computer is designed for simulation. The computer is designed to take high part counts in Kerbal, basically. The computer screen that you see here, right? It's all down to computer performance. If I keep the part count low, I really don't want to go above 300. 350 would be the maximum. But I routinely have 1,000 parts in the scene, 2,000 parts in the scene. Doesn't lag very much. I mean, it does lag a little bit because Kerbal is just old, you know? It's an old game, but there are limitations in the code. But this, yeah, this, words? Yeah, this won't cause any lag at 300 parts. It's not a big deal. Since you're trying to build a relatively flat surface, wouldn't it be easier to attach all the flags to the first triangle and line them up? I'm worried about heating at that point, Raid. If you do that and somehow these flags get heat into them, the first flag will have such a high heat flux, and then it'll try to move heat down the stack, and the flag will pop. The flags don't take temperature very well. That's NZXT Cam. Well, flags are physics-less, Wookie, but a physics-less part doesn't mean that the part isn't going to be simulated by the game. It takes the attributes of this part and it applies it to the part, to its parent part. So the flag's aerodynamic and mass properties will be applied to the part next up in the hierarchy. I'm building it with flags. Yeah, save mass, Slow Chief. It's an SSDO, dude. I made all of this out of panels and it looks amazing. But the problem is that we're a little heavy. It's too heavy. But Slow Chief, another reason why I built the whole front of this thing out of panels is because anytime you're trying to build a shuttle in KSP, it gets a little bit complicated. The reason why it gets complicated is because, well, the shuttle fuselage, for instance, doesn't give you the right mass balance. All right, what does that mean? This thing isn't heavy enough. The Mark III cockpit isn't heavy enough, and don't get me wrong, that's not because that's by design. It's not like, oh my god, the developers didn't design this to the exact spec of the space shuttle. I'm pissed. No, it has nothing to do with that. Generally, whenever you try to make a re-entry vehicle with engines attached to the back, you have this problem. The problem is, well, you have the engines attached to the back. Is there another airplane flying that has engines attached to the back of it? Yes, I know there's the Rutan planes, and there's some planes around that have engines out back, right? But take a look at the Rutan plane. So planes that have backward-facing engines are inherently tail-heavy, and that means they don't fly very well. Tail-heavy planes don't fly well. Like that one right there. See, it has the engines in the back. It doesn't fly very well, so it needs canards in this design, right? To fly correctly. This doesn't work too well when you're coming in at Mach 25. Canards don't work very well. So the space shuttle has that same problem, but you can't use canards. Now, don't get me wrong, in KSP, put canards on your thing if you want to get it to fly right. I don't really care. Right? Or if you look at another plane like the XB-70, which definitely has the engine sticking out the back, right? How they overcame that problem is with canards. The other way you could overcome that problem is the more elegant solution, a wing strake like with the Concorde. See how the wings on the Concorde basically go all the way up to the nose? And the wing has like an armpit right here. See that? That's on purpose. See how the wing angle slowly changes over time? It's like a Z almost. See that? Yeah. There's ways to get around having tail-heavy planes. Ironically, the Concorde and the Space Shuttle use the exact same solution to get around the fact that the engines are hanging off the back of the plane. That armpit wing is the real giveaway here. This is designed to create crazy amounts of drag at high speed. And that's just on a complete side note to the reason why I'm telling you this. They make drag on the top of the wing so the thing can actually glide in correctly, and then it can nose down quite literally and fly really, really fast at high speeds, right? But either way, you have to have some kind of solution to make up for the fact that you have like a bunch of Mack trucks worth of engines hanging off the back of your plane, right? So there has to be some kind of elegant solution. Now, I can't do this because that takes into account fluid aerodynamics. I can't do something like that, especially with my plane, especially with the X-33, because it essentially is that shape already. So I have to come up with another solution. The solution I came up with my shuttle was to cram as much stuff in the front as I possibly could, which is, well, exactly how the real space shuttle works. The space shuttle has a big open area in the center for payloads, and it has as much stuff shoehorned into the front as humanly possible. I have crew quarters, I have batteries, I have fuel tanks for the forward RCS up here, the landing gear, the nose cone, and look, tiles to help weigh the nose down. They did this with the real shuttle. They made the nose heavy on purpose to counteract the fact that you have all this crap out the back, right? Well, not crap. Those things are not crap. They're amazing, right? Take them off on orbit and load them in the forward cargo area. Max Vazet, the guy that designed the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo capsules, actually came up with an idea like that. Believe it or not, what you're proposing had already been proposed, Hungry Hulk. So, great minds, I guess. I'm trying to find it, though. Max Vazet came up with an idea of having the shuttle engines on a gigantic lever arm. I'm serious. This was a proposal for his DC-3 project. The engines and the entire back is on a huge excavator arm, and it basically pulls it up and into the payload bay, and the engine nozzles are facing upright inside of the payload bay, and it flies back. Seriously, what you're saying is had actually been proposed by the guy that designed the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo capsules. That one guy right there, he designed the Mercury capsule by himself. It was his design. Boy, I read that name wrong. Fizet. It's Central American. Yeah, I know. You want to say his last name differently. Yep. That guy. Mercury and Gemini capsule. He designed them himself. Crazy, huh? So, Slow Chief, going back to what you were saying, I want a fuel-heavy front on this thing. It needs to be heavy. I have that same problem. Because this thing is just thicker at the back, it inherently has and it has two engines at the back, it inherently is very heavy. You don't want the center of mass to be too far back. That's no good. I need to have my center of mass as far forward as possible. I mean, you don't want that in real life. You want thick. Shuttle do be thick though. Nice Pavilion slip, EJ. Very good. That's not distracting at all from the subject matter that you're talking about, is it? So, no. Okay, going back to it. I put panels up in the front to help with thermal distribution during re-entry, and it also weighs down the front to get the thing to fly correctly. Did someone clip that Ghost one? I mean, you could clip it, but there's like 1,000 different slips like that I have daily. I'm sitting here for 12 hours a day almost, dude, talking about space. If I said everything clearly, I would be very concerned. So yeah, Slow, I put panels, I want the panels up at the front. They do create drag, and yes, they're a little bit heavier. But they're also going to balance the plane out. And the other thing to take into account is that when you're making a re-entry vehicle, I mean, the shuttle was, if I'm recalling correctly, the shuttle didn't fly too well. You know why? Because it has a bunch of panels glued to the bottom. Oh wait, no, they're tiles. So, yeah, the shuttle didn't fly too incredibly well down here, and frankly, neither will this. But I'm not designing this vehicle to fly well down here. The only thing I'm designing this vehicle to do down here is land on the runway, and that's it. That's it. Not even take off from the runway. That's too much. That's an oversight. You don't want to do that. I'm designing this thing to fly well when it's on fire. So coming through re-entry. That's what I'm really designing for. So lower ambient pressure, higher speeds. Fiery stuff. So yeah, you got to remember that something that you designed to surf a wave of plasma is not going to be designed exactly like the Concorde, for instance. What's the maximum mass that you're aiming for? Yeah, all she needs is bird. All I need. You're a convincing android, slipping up words on purpose. Yeah, having the center of gravity too far back, username exactly. I don't know who said it, but I forget where this quote is from. A guy once, I think it was Chuck Yeager, he said that a nose-heavy plane flies pretty bad. A tail-heavy plane flies once. Yeah, once. Yeah, i.e. you're not coming back because the plane will want to fly tail first. And if you're flying tail first, I hope you know how to fly the right flyer. Why are the side wings angled up like this? Well, Woodbite, we weighed down the nose. We weighed down the nose. So a nose-heavy plane is going to want to fly downwards, and I can't take wings and put them right here. I mean, I could, and actually that doesn't look that actually looks kind of cool, to be honest with you. It looks like a platypus. Here, I'll show you. Watch the angle of incidence on the wings when I do this. Ready? And watch what the center of lift does. 5 degrees, 10 degrees, 15, 20. Does that make a little more sense? Your stabilizers are wherever your stabilizers are pointed is where your plane's going to want to go, right? Right? Your stabilizers are where the plane is going to want to end up. So Lockheed, this is an idea that Lockheed used with their X-33 because some concepts in Kerbal transfer directly into, like, some concepts in real life transfer directly into KSP. See? Their wings are doing the same thing. And I could go into the technical document about this if you really want to go and see it. I have it saved here. There's a technical document that I have that says why those wings are like that. It's in the Venture Star. I forget which PDF it is, but I downloaded all the documents off of NASA's technical resources and have been reading up on these when I can to try and figure out ways to get around the same problems that Lockheed had when I tried to go and build something like this in KSP. Long story short, I could show you the graphs for the nerds that want to see it, but long story short, because this thing is nose heavy, it has a real bad tendency to nose down if you let it. If you let the thing fly like this, it's nice and stable. And ours is doing the same. Well, that's actually a little bit unstable because taking those panels off the front really pushed my center of mass out of alignment a little ways. But that's another story. So see how the center of mass is nice and stable here? The X-33 and this center of lift, center of mass relationship basically explains the same thing. This X-33 is going to really, if you start nosing down, right, like this, it's just going to want to, it'll try to smart bomb itself, basically. See how close the center of lift gets to the center of mass pointing down? That's going to do this. It gets into basically a runaway effect. And then it'll want to do that, and then it'll want to do this, and then it'll want to do that. And see where the center of lift gets close to the center of mass? And then it moves away, and see how it gets close? And then it starts to move away? If you're not careful, this thing will just want to do this. That's why these stabilizers are angled the way that they are, because they're trying to get around that problem. This thing will naturally, when we're going through re-entry, these stabilizers will naturally want my center of lift to be right around there. See right there? It'll naturally want it to go right there. And see, that's bad. That's no good. You don't want your center of lift out in front of your center of mass like this. This is why you need the panels up front in this design. Guys, you can see taking these panels off screwed the entire thing up. It threw it totally out of alignment. See that? This is the game that we have to play when we play SSTOs. This is why that deadline, when chat first made the deadline for the SSTO, I went, oh no. Because this is tough. Re-entry vehicles are difficult. I pushed DART into operational status way too quickly. We should have done all of this with DART before we went and launched anyone on it ever. We should have done all of this. But we didn't, and we paid the price for it. Would an aero brake on the underside work? Well, Demon, look. These things are designed to do this. These are the body flaps, just like on the space shuttle. And no, I don't know how I'm going to articulate them. I haven't gotten to that point yet. But see what they're doing? Yes, that would absolutely help. That's the other thing that they did to make sure that this thing wouldn't... Because if the X-33 started nosing down too much, it would just stay like that, and you wouldn't be able to pull up out of it. Because in real life, you can do this to keep your center of mass in line, right? But in real life, doing this doesn't do anything. Why? Because this wing is getting no air. You're getting the aerodynamics. The air will just keep going this way. It's not going to turn like that. It will work to an extent, but it wouldn't be as good as this. You wouldn't get high pressure building up here. You'd need high pressure to get this thing to pitch up. You'd need high pressure on the top of the surface. But you have low pressure and low pressure, so they won't do anything. This stuff gets, yeah, this is a balancing act, dudes. This gets difficult. So how well does this scale up? Could you make this gigantic? Well, Slow Chief, I can use bigger triangles, and the mass fraction on the triangles is 1-to-1. So this triangle is the same mass as 4 of those triangles. So I could scale this up no problem. That's the other thing I'm trying to take into account, guys. I'm trying to use parts that I know I can scale with, i.e., swap them out for other parts that are twice the size and make an SSTO that's 2 times the size of this. I'm doing all the research and development with this small thing, so when we go to make the bigger SSTO, that's going to be able to take 20 tons into space, right? When we go to make the bigger one, all we got to do is just literally copy this. How is the X-33 Venture Star going to have elevons? Was the X-33 Venture Star going to have elevons? No. I mean, those things basically are... They're not elevons. They do all 3 of these things. So, these ones up here are for yaw. They don't work very well, but it's a lifting body. I mean, it doesn't need to work the best. So, see how it's split? Those ones are for yaw. These inner ones are for roll, and then the body flaps in the back were used for pitch. That's pitch control right there. So this is going to be important to get this right. I could emulate the X-37 as that's proven. Actually, that probably would have been a better way to do this, but it's okay. I like making my own things anyway. Yeah, see? Really did you dirty on the short deadline. It's okay. It's okay, username. Chat. Look, chat voted that short deadline because they, long story short, they wanted to see me play more Kerbal. You got what you wanted, did you not? It's alright. I mean, it kind of sucks because I can't work on the Minecraft project, but it's fine. Yeah, we'll get it, Hammernails. I'll come up with a solution. I have enough parts here at my disposal to be creative and come up with a better solution here. See last. What's up, Chris? Would you be able to move the flaps within an inverted air brake? These? Yeah, maybe. Is there a way to attach parts to the sweeping edge of the control surfaces? No. No. You can't attach stuff to the control surfaces. I'd have to use robotics, guys, but I'll admit I'd be worried about drift if I did that. I can take these things and we could put them basically... We could use alligator hinges, right? And the alligator hinges could be like this. And they could be like that, and I could take this wing... and we could bind this to a we could bind these to a cow controller and then bind that cow controller to the pitch axis. And then to trim the plane out, I could use that. We could use these. You'd be surprised how often control surfaces have a smaller control surface built into them for trimming out stuff. But now we could do this. See that? But the problem is I'm worried about that thing drifting around. I mean, I suppose we could make a prototype and mess with it, but... yeah. Yeah, Hammernails, thanks, man. Yeah, gotten better at building, dude. Yeah, trim tab. You got it, Carrier. Yeah. A lot of people don't know there's control surfaces on your control surface. Pretty cool, huh? Oh, yeah, Funky Flex, I saw it. Crazy, huh? Alright. Anyway. Do I have a flag color that is gray that matches those? I do. Okay. I tried making a VTOL plane with robotics and they were just flopping around. Get rid of the damping. You don't. The damping forces will make stuff floppy. And you need more power on the thing. What hinge are you using? You can't attach a freaking bank vault door to a hinge that a regular wooden door would have, right? That's not how that works. You need a beefier hinge depending on what you want your control surface to do. And if you're pivoting an engine, Slow Chief, you're gonna need the most powerful one. You need the more powerful hinges. The G11 could work, but I like these alligator hinges because the alligator hinges have a lot of power. They have 800 kilonewtons of force. They're very strong. This thing is the strongest. That thing puts out 1200 kilonewtons. Yeah, the TVC. I could build a better TVC nowadays. We'd have to overclock some parts, but we could do it. But yeah, I remember. Hellfish, I could probably do it. It would only be good to use once though, because the robotics would just freak out after a while, but okay. All right. So, where does this end up getting our center of mass? Oh, geez. There's a problem here, fellas. Replacing all the panels with flags are gonna screw up my center of we have a part of the flight regime where we're way out, where our center of lift is out in front of our center of mass. That will cause crazy instability. That's not good. Oh, it was still happening even with the... Hold on. Yeah, see, we really don't want that. That's no good. None of these have fuel in them, do they? What if we replace the panels with clipped fairings? Wookie, I need these up here to keep my center of mass forward, man. Look. That's bad. How did I not notice this? That's terrible. Wait, I don't want, that's no good. Perhaps you should build out your avionics and such so the mass is near where it's going to be. Hellfish, the problem is that the avionics, the probe core and everything, and RCS and all that other stuff that I need is not that heavy. It's not going to be enough to influence the center of mass like that. Dude, like here. There's no way, like, we can all agree that there's no way in hell that I'm going to have 3 tons of avionics up at the front. See what I mean about needing to weigh down the nose? Actually, that might get us where we need, what we need. How much is the ore tank with no mass in it? 500 kilos. How much are the vernier thrusters? 8. No, well, not 880, excuse me. Hey, banana time. Shuttle that's fuel in the nose for entry, maybe add some. I was gonna leave this area open to put the avionics in it. How much is the probe core? So that's 100 kilos. The Rove mate is 150. Batteries 10, 20, 50. Avionics up in the front, up in the nose cone, dude, could do it. I was gonna put the avionics bay right here. But that could work. What about the antennas? Can we put the antennas up in the front? 15. GTSM is 50. Okay. "12-hour shifts leave you with no energy." I'm sorry, banana. Every time I watch your stream, I see Kraken food. Okay. Thank you. How heavy is a Cal controller? 10. Yeah, see, we got our work cut out for us. Can you fit a service bay up in the front? Well, Wookie, that's once again, that's the reason why I have all these panels up here. Look at, I have what is it, like 4 or 5 tons of panels up at the front, weighing the stupid thing down. This still doesn't have the mass margins to get into orbit. If I launched it like this, it'll probably do it, RJ. But also at the same time, yeah, we do need to come up with another solution here. I might put some flags up here instead of these wings. Test flight ETA. It's so... Jay, I got a lot of work to do, dude. I don't know. I don't... See, Jay, like, I don't want to give you guys an estimation and then have you guys come back and just see me building even more. I'll tell you what I need to do. I need to get this thing basically flying by tomorrow and at the very latest on Monday. So... I'm gonna have to flight test it one way or another in the next couple of days, so. Yeah, we could, I mean, how heavy is that? It's only 75 kilos, but yeah, yeah, that could work. I like that idea, Wookie, that's not bad. The 18 service module is too much. That's 150. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, banana time thing. Yeah, no, I agree. Doesn't that look cool? It really makes it look awesome. Let me think. Crane with power boom is being raised right now. Awesome. Yeah, let's go ahead and install that, sure. I'm okay with that. Interstage nodes. Alright, let's go in here. we would want to do battery. Want to do the battery first, and then that. It gets in the way of those struts. If I remove them from symmetry, that should get around that problem. What if you strip out the forward wing pieces and replace with flags? Down here, I'm worried about temperature, O-Force. No reverts, forlorn. No reloads, no nothing. You either get the thing back on the if you want your vehicle back, land it on the runway and hit the recover button. Yeah, that's mission mode is difficult. The only thing I'm wondering about is how big of a payload bay can you fit in it. Mark II. It'll fit the Mark II. We tested that out last night. This will fit. It fits, and it doesn't, because the center of mass and center of lift on this thing is basically right over this. It doesn't, it's negligible effects. So if I put a Mark II adapter at the front and the back and put this basically in there like that, yeah, it works just fine. I'm not gonna get that. I'm not gonna do that just yet, though. I'd say, like, for our prototype flights, I probably won't waste the money on the payload bay because we don't necessarily need it. Caps lock. There's an offset in there. That's why mine looks weird. The center point on this nose cone is not lined up with the center point of the tanks. Okay. Nay, it was heresy. Can anybody tell me how to return from the moon? I'm currently landed with about 2,000 Delta V. Arsenal recircularize at about 20 kilometers. And then when Kerbin comes up over the horizon, burn. That should get you reasonably near Kerbal. You have 2,000 Delta V. You could get back to low Kerbin orbit real easily. Just, the other thing that you could do is just mess with a maneuver node. Take a maneuver node, set a prograde maneuver for 300 meters a second Delta V, and then just move it around to your perigee around Kerbin is where you want it. Yeah, 330 should be enough for trans-Kerbin injection burn. Guys, I need to see something. This really should be like this, to be honest with you. It should be like that. Are we making a replica or a Kerbal version? I'm making a version of the X-33 that utilizes the same principles as the X-33 in KSP. So it's not a replica because it's Kerbalized. I mean, I was about to say Bluegill, but I was about to say that the real X-33 didn't have a bunch of metal panels attached to the outside, but the reality of the situation is that, yes, it absolutely would. It absolutely would have. This used a metallic tile. It used metal tiles instead of silicate tiles. Yeah, so this is actually staying pretty dang true to the original one. It's not a tribute, it's what I need to build the new launch vehicle. So what I'm thinking is, guys, another way that I could get the center of mass even more forward is if I take this and I do that with it. If I take this and I basically angle these forward, that'll get, that plus the avionics will get my center of mass far enough forward to where I can, that should knock it into alignment, regardless of the avionics. Now, see, the real X-33 had the avionics bay right there. And now that's fine, but there was a reason why they put it there, and that's probably because they had enough mass out in front with the aluminum bilobe LOX tank. But, yeah. Please, my Droop Swoop comment yesterday was a joke. Alright, I'm going to overwrite prototype 6. And I'm going to mess with this a little more and we'll hone it in. Will it fly in? No. This does not take off from a runway. It's vertical takeoff, horizontal landing, I watch. Yeah. Here. Watch. Take a look. This is what I want this to do. I agree, Karen, yeah. Yeah, I watched. This thing was... Venture Star was insane. Cutting edge stuff, dude. So far ahead of its time. If somebody released a video... So say Venture Star didn't exist 20 years ago, and there was a small sat company that came out today that said they were going to build this with all the materials and everything that Venture Star was going to use. Even by today's standards, this is cutting edge. This thing had carbon fiber hydrogen tanks. Carbon fiber hydrogen tanks, stir-welded bilobe aluminum lithium LOX tanks, a metallic nickel titanium Inconel thermal tile, and linear Aerospike RS 2200s. I mean, this thing was, like I said, cutting edge by today's standard. You want to see what the fuel tanks look like for the X-33? I mean, look at these pictures. Look at the fuel tanks. They're 2 cylinders conjoined at the front. A bilobe tank. Yeah, I watch. You see the flaps tilt up? Yeah, I gotta replicate that. But see, they made these composite. So these tanks would have been like the Electron. Like Electron. Electron is a carbon fiber tank. Carbon fiber and carbon composite. You see that? It would have been like Electron. That ain't... Guys, this isn't metal. This part is. The brackets are metal, but the rocket isn't. The rocket's carbon fiber. Crazy, right? Yeah, it would have been like Electron in that capacity, which is nuts. Like, way ahead of its time. Electron didn't come around till less than about 5 years ago, give or take. I mean, Rocket Lab's a little bit older than that, but see what I'm talking about? Lockheed was this is way ahead of its time. But once again, I watch, just like the same problem that I'm trying to solve. These ones are composite, and this one is aluminum. That's on purpose. These are supposed to be light. This one's supposed to be heavy. because so the aluminum liquid oxygen tank. Well, the aluminum liquid oxygen tank is counteracting the weight of that linear aerospike. See that? That's heavy. The aerospike engines back there are heavy. The aluminum tank is heavy. That put the center of mass right around here, which is where the X-33's payload bay is going to be. You ideally, with any type of entry vehicle, the X-37B, the space shuttle, you want your payload bay to be where your center of mass is. That's generally the case with any cargo plane, you know? Have you seen the new Twitch news Keck W? No, I haven't, Remo. In the astronaut complex, you got Elon Kerman. Cool. Yeah, that's the fuel tank. They had problems with the fuel tanks, and that's why the project got canned, but Lockheed proved that it could work. They made a hot tub category. I don't want to clip the tanks twice in the front, Kyron. The tiles were my solution to that problem. How the hell am I supposed to sit here and have an educational platform in the same freaking on the same platform as that? It would be like going to learn calculus on Pornhub. I don't know, man. I bet you could, Canadian. I'm sure I mean, actually, that would be a very... Do you know my original stick with Twitch was that people are gonna play video games anyway, so I might as well teach you something while you're here watching, right? You might as well learn something if you're gonna sit here and watch Twitch all day. Do you? Not me, not me. I'm not going to entertain that idea anymore. You know what? Some ideas are just best kept on the shelf. Anatomy is science. But it's not the right... We can talk about the anatomy of a rocket ship, though. Nobody wants to learn differential equations and wank at the same time. Yeah, I know. It was just a thought. I don't know, man. Like, what am I supposed to do with? What am I supposed to do with that, Bree? Like. Okie dokie, back to work. How did I not see this yesterday? Did I, did I fill up a fuel tank here and miss it and not drain it or something? No. Have you flight tested the SSTO? No. Yeah, Phil, it wasn't like that yesterday. I don't know what I changed. But I mean, it's fine. I'll figure out another way. The first thing that I did, and this made it did fix it. It was take this because it was like that before. Take it and do this. And that should get me what I'm looking for, but. Kind of looks like the Razorback. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Boo. What's going on? Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is, dude. Is what is was. So, I'm gonna try my flag design again here. Let's see if that works. Can we give it gull wing doors? Well, the payload bay doors are not. That's close enough. Our aerodynamic physics simulation is going to be a lot different in KSP2. It's a physics engine slow chief that's built from the ground up. So it won't work like KSP 1.0 because it'll be different. It's from the ground up, a different from the ground up a different physics simulation. Hey, how are you doing? I'm all right. Doing okay. How about you? Yeah, I gotta redo some of the heat shield. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to shift the entire panel heat shield forward so I can get better center and mass relationship. I could have sworn that my center of mass wasn't like this yesterday, but maybe I must have added something or overlooked something or changed something that needed to be changed to get it to work like that. But do we have an update on the KSP launch date? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm with you on that one, Creation. It's kind of bumming me out, guys. I'm just... whatever. What? What's bumming you out? Nothing. I don't want to talk about it. Don't worry about it. Forget I said anything. I gotta focus. I gotta finish this, guys. I don't want to have a discussion about it, to be honest. Nice, Kyron. Wookie, I know the reason, and no, it does not make me feel better. Wookie, I'll tell you, man. There's not many things that make me not want to stream. That kind of is one of them. I don't have any offense against the people that are doing it. It's just like, if that's what Twitch gets a reputation for, man, that's bad for my business, don't you think? Which sucks. But hey, once again, I don't want to talk about this, guys, so I'm not going to. Let's get back to work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yep, we have to go back to making this. Sternly worded letter time, it doesn't matter. It'll fall on deaf ears anyway. It's not worth it. Not worth my time. To be honest, Creation. Monkey Man, 20-month resub.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Quark, 28-month resub. Thank you. So how's the brick coming along? It's alright, man. I'm trying to... I redesigned this up here just a little ways. Oop. I don't know why I did that. I redesigned this up here a little ways to try and get the center of mass shifted forward a little bit more. Give me 1 second, guys. No, dish. I completely lost focus. God damn it. Time for a break in space news. Karen, I gotta power through, dude. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm big boy. The reason why I gotta redo this is because I don't have a good mass balance, guys. The center of mass is too far back. And so, like, it's double. The reason why I just decided to go fiddling with this thing again is because it's double. It's a double bad. Check that out. Center of mass is too far back. Center of lift is too far forward. At 10 degrees angle up, this thing will flip. It'll just flip over. Especially at high speed going into the atmosphere. Can't have that. It can't do that. I can't have it do that. The center of mass needs to move further forward, or I need to move my center of lift back. So what I'm doing is redesigning the panels up front. I basically shifted the entire thing forward just a little bit. And I'm designing them in a way to basically move the entire mass of panels more towards the nose. And then I'll probably take off some of these wings up here and shift them back to get them into a natural alignment. How heavy is it? It's 30, 33,896 kilograms. So it's about 34 tons. I really need the mass of this thing. The dry mass of the completed vehicle needs to be about that. It needs to be about that. So, yeah. Now I'm playing a shell game. You know what I mean? I can add more panels to the front. I could add more heavy things to the front. And that could weigh it down to the point where it gets this all aligned, right? That's possible. But, yeah. No, I haven't written off flags, TD Strange. The problem is, if I replace this with flags, that moves my center of mass further back. So, yeah. I actually came up with a really good idea for the flags, to be honest with you. I have a pretty gnarly idea that could work to make the flags work a little bit better. Just add lead to the nose. Well, Rizik, if I can make the thermal protection system also the, you know, outer skin of the vehicle, we can add mass and make the thing fly better at the same time. I don't just want to add lead to the nose. That's just straight dry mass that has no function. Right? Like, I don't want to do that. Do the tires have higher heat tolerances than wings and fuselage parts? No, not really. But Jonas, I have a theory that if you cluster all these things together, they will work better. I gotta, yeah, just, this part needs to. Hang on a second, guys. I have to... This part right here, see how it doesn't really line up with the nose profile? It looks like it goes in and then it goes out. We don't want that. So, yeah, I'm going to keep going, guys. That realization, do you guys mind if I just... We could talk about Space News stuff while we're rebuilding. But I have to, yeah, I kind of have to keep going. Yeah. Hey Milo, I'm good, man. How are you? Plain square body reminds you of the F-117. Yeah, I mean that is also another. This thing is based off of a Lockheed design. The X-33 was Lockheed. Yeah, they removed 54 from Starship. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, pretty crazy. What American plane was the counterpart to the MiG-23? The MiG-23? So the MiG-23 is a high-altitude interceptor. It's designed to basically go up really high up in the air, and then it has a downward-facing radar built into the nose, which is pretty cutting edge for the time, to find bombers. So it's designed to go up, way up in the air, stay up there for a second, look down, find bombers, go down there and shoot them down. I don't know if there's necessarily a counterpart to it. Maybe an F-15 or an F-14, something like that. Replacing the wing panels by the flaps with metal panels will move the center of mass back and make more sense for heat shielding purposes. Replacing the wing panels by the flaps. The Frankencrane Kong has arisen. Nice. These pop? By the flaps with metal panels to move the center of mass back. I don't want to move the center of mass back. The center of mass needs to go forward, dude. Look. See what I'm talking about? It needs to go forward. Yeah, that's bad. I mean, I could probably fly it. It would probably be fine, but I'm not going to go with probably. I don't want to dart another crew. Yeah, maybe an F4, I guess, would be the counterpart. Where does the crew go? Milo, they would go up on the top. But I don't want this thing to carry crew just yet, dude. Alright, get rid of that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Tom, 7-month resub. Left my home in Norfolk, Virginia, California on my mind. Elvis is not dead, man. He just went home. I've never built anything like this. I always wondered when you clip parts like that, does the mass stack? Or the parts end up showing? Well, any parts that's inside of the fairing, Nox, its mass and aerodynamic properties will get applied to the fairing base. So the more things you put inside of a fairing, the more aero that the base plate of the fairing will affect. That's cool, Tom. Oh, by the way, I got selected for a competitive raise this week. Not sure if it applies. Just happy my hard work is appreciated. Not sure when it applies. That's cool, man. Congratulations. Good job, Rizzik. I mean, I think that's neat for what it's worth. Guys, how did I miss the center of lift doing that yesterday? How did I miss that? Is there... I'm starting to think that I may have done something that I didn't intend. But I can't figure out for the life of me what the heck that is. I thought maybe I left one of the fuel tanks full of fuel or something. You have a backup craft? Yeah, I have a backup, but the backup didn't tell me anything. It was doing it as well. The file that I literally just, yeah, messed with yesterday is doing the same thing, man. Strange. Yeah, I can't figure it out. Yeah, it goes... maybe I changed something? I don't know. I can't figure it out. Because I could have sworn I took that into account, but it was late, so maybe I messed up. Yeah, maybe, Duber. Did you know that the F5 design influenced the MiG-29? Yeah? Hello, my name is Diego Montoya. Remove the bottom wing pieces, please. Looks like the YF-12 was the closest thing to the MiG-23. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Duber, that was cool. It did look nice, didn't it?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Light 2-month reset. Love your work. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of these for a second, and I'm gonna get rid of that, and I'm gonna get rid of that. Is there a readout somewhere that shows how much lift a craft generates? We won't know that information until I get outside, Wookie, because how much lift a craft generates is a dynamic variable. Meaning, really, it depends on how fast you're going. Okay, so this is better, I think. If I have two parts that are 100 kilograms and clip them on the move tool, does it still count as 200 kilograms? Yes. Yeah, whole Knox. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, if each one of these panels is 10 kilos, if I take another one and I see how I have it in 2x symmetry, they're inside of each other, yeah, it's double the mass, yes. I generally don't do that. I try to avoid it at all costs. Now, I do have clipped fuel tanks here, because I'm trying to emulate the bilobe tanks from the X-37. That's what its fuel tanks look like. So what I try to do is if I'm clipping two things together, I try to leave space that would accompany the volume of the clipped area. So see how I have the fairing? Where the fairing is basically the extra volume, all the volume plus a little bit more of these tanks, the amount that these tanks clip into each other. I didn't go and actually do the calculations out, guys, but it's a rough approximate. The other thing is that these tanks have these bulkheads here, and there's no fuel basically in anywhere in the tank in this area here. That clipped area makes up for it there. Yeah, so that's kind of my rule of thumb, dude. Hey, Snake, what's going on? All right. Actually, you know what I should do for this part? Get rid of it and replace it with this. Replace it with the exact same thing because I shifted those panels around, and then get rid of that layer right there and just have the strip of panels. Watch. There we go. Are you making Starship? No, Jalen, this is Venture Star. If you're a newer space fan, you probably don't know what it is. Venture Star was a vehicle that was a single stage to orbit that was developed by Lockheed in the late 90s and the early 2000s. Basically, this thing was, you're gonna put it on a pad and it'll fly all the way up into space and then come back down. It was supposed to be a fully reusable spacecraft like Starship, but this thing would have landed on a runway like this instead of doing the flip and burn that Starship does. See? It's a single stage. Starship is a two-stage to orbit solution, but yeah, that's the idea. See? Yeah, and I'm trying to make it, and I'm having a little bit of trouble. I'm having a little bit of trouble balancing out the vehicle. Now, I know what people are thinking. You're gonna call me crazy for making the skin of the vehicle out of panels, and you'd be, in any other circumstance, you'd probably be right. It's kind of dumb to make the skin of a vehicle out of panels. They're gonna create drag, and they're really, really heavy. But if you think about what the purpose of a shuttle is, they're not designed to fly very well. I want to make drag, and I want it to be heavy. It'll slow it down. Also, I need to make the thing nose heavy. It needs to be nose heavy because, look, see that? Actually, removing those wings on the top pretty much put it right back into alignment. I had a row of wings up here, Okay. Yeah, see, well, I was having this problem where my center of lift, because the thing's going to re-enter, and when you re-enter, you ideally want to expose the belly of the vehicle to oncoming or to oncoming re-entry, like oncoming heat, like the shuttle. Windward and leeward side is what it's called. So there's a hot side, and then there's a cold side. Actually, removing those top wings put it right back into alignment. Oh, being heavy won't slow it down. It'll increase its inertia. Oh, okay. No, you're absolutely right, Wookie. Never mind. I'm just talking out of my tail. I'll just sit here and shut up then. Jalen, I play a lot of Kerbal, dude. Play a lot of KSP. What's more heavy, the back or the front? Well, with this design, because you have rocket engines back here, rocket engines are heavy. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make the front of this thing heavier. Which is why I'm repositioning all these panels up here, because I'm trying to counterbalance the engines in the back. Have you ever thought about a tank farm near your launch pad with drills and ISOU? I can't think about it because I don't have it unlocked here. Not yet, at least. Jalen, space vehicles or anything that flies through the air that has a center of mass towards the back is really going to have some tough time flying around. Tail-heavy vehicles don't fly very well. Hey Saber, what's going on? How you doing, buddy? I'm designing mine to be a small sat launcher snake instead of a subscale demonstrator. The smallest triangles that I would use ended up giving this thing a scale that would end up being near orbital, but with small sats. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to make my X-33 into something like Ares 1, and then I'm trying to make the Venture Star into something like Ares 5. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I've been really taking my time with this. I don't care if I have to redesign the thermal protection system 4 or 5 times over. That's really not a problem to me. It's not a problem. Yeah, because, I mean, mostly because I'm doing subscale and orbital at the same time. So I'll redesign it until it's right. Yeah, I mean, I really don't have a choice. This thing has to work. I have to be 100% sure, and I'm gonna do it. I don't want to yeet things out. Like, I don't want to just launch it and be like, oh, I lost another one, because these things get expensive real quick because of those shuttle motors, you know? What kind of payload tonnage are you shooting for? MotoKid, I wanted 3 to 5 tons with this thing. 3 would work, 5 would be ideal, but if it's 3, it's 3. Yeah. If it ended up being 3, I'd be okay with that. Why not blend it into the tank instead of building around it? Because you can only blend into the tank for certain parts of it, dude. And once again, mass. You need to get that center of mass out in front. That's actually pretty good, man. This would fly pretty well right now, but we're not finished yet. Guys, like, whenever, this is like what happens when we make orbital vehicles. This stuff takes a little bit of time. But trust me, every time I've doubled down and said I want to take my time with this and I want to do it right, it always pays off. And yeah, I understand. I'm cognizant that we have deadlines and that does suck, but like, I get it. But yeah, I'd rather not skimp on this and do what I did with Dart and i.e. screw up. I had a shuttle that I made, for the people that don't know. I had a shuttle that I made and I didn't test it enough and I didn't do my homework with it and it killed the Kerbal. I crashed it and killed the Kerbal. We didn't do enough aero testing with it. At least in the hypersonic regime. It's no good. We're actually less finished than earlier. Thank you for reminding me that this is going to take more time, dick. You're not helping. Stop being part of the problem and be part of the solution, damn it. Being both is more fun, ultimately neutral. Oh, you're just the worst kind of person. Hey, Enraged, what's up? Yeah, it's getting there, dude. It's getting there. Yeah, it's really coming along. I've had to redesign the TPS like 3 or 4 times, dude, but it's all right. I like the way the nose cone fairing runs down the top of the thing. Well, I'm gonna have to put a payload bay and stuff up there eventually, so. Yeah, I mean... Is there a reason you're not using the side attach node for the panels? Yeah, Kyle, the side attach node screws up the rotational transform on the panel, and it makes it harder to make this. See, like if I wanted to do this, right? You just need to get good at KSP. If you play better, then this would be done quicker, you know. Have you just tried building the thing? Oh, man. All right. Have you tried just being better? There we go. Anyway, Rage, how you doing, man? Yeah, I know, Adrian. Yeah, it's... Yeah, right? Please watch this with sound. You'll laugh. I really don't want a distraction right now. Step 1, place some panels. Step 2, fly. Nice, public. I'm good, dude. Kerbin, you drinking finally. Feeling better. No way. Congratulations, man. Good job. It's tough to shake, dude. That's good, man. Proud of you. Got put in his place by chat. Thank you, Duber. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Yeah, you just got told by chat. That's ridiculous, you guys. Can't believe that. But you see how this design, like though it's not completed, this still looks more like an X33. That's what I mean. If you're doing something like, so if I'm building the thermal protection system out on this thing and I build it 3 or 4 times over, each time I build it, I'm gonna find a better way to do it. And if I just do it over again, yeah, it does take more time, but that third attempt is always going to be better. It's like if you're doing like a task at work, right? Like when I was on the loading dock, you know, working at Best Buy once upon a time, you know, the first time I unloaded a truck, it took forever. But, you know, a year in and after unloading 50, 60, 70 trucks, you find a way to do it right and you find a way to do it quickly. I'd rather take 3 or 4 attempts at this thing and make it amazing instead of just making it really, really, you know, just okay. I want people to look at this thing and go, what the frick is that? Like, and Now, don't get me wrong. I don't do it just to elicit a response from chat, right? I don't just want people to look at this and be like, "Oh my God, that's amazing." I also want a vehicle that I can use, a vehicle that we can put to work. The whole point of building a single stage to orbit program like this is to be able to build the vehicle out for easier mission architecture. More complicated vehicle, easier missions. Less complicated vehicle, harder missions. You put all your eggs in the vehicle complexity category when we chose this. So yeah, this is gonna take some time, and you know what? That's okay. It's fine. It's gonna take some time to do this correctly, but we'll get it. When I worked stocking for Kroger, they
Discovery,
expected me to
go
know
and
where
throttle
every
up.
item in the store was day one. Yeah, that happened to me at Best Buy too. My manager would always give me crap for not knowing where every single item was in a 50,000 square foot store, which is hilarious. Quite literally millions of products. Well, not millions. There's like, I mean, a 50,000 square foot store would probably carry about half a million product in there easily, of all these little bits and pieces, cell phones, you know, all the connectors that you have, you know, cell phone cases, all the connectors, appliances, like, dude, there was everything. That Best Buy and Premium has everything in it. It's a hub store, so it's if anybody even remotely gives a crap about this, Best Buy has different types of stores. There's hub, and then there's spoke stores, and then there's satellite stores. The hub store is where we carry a much bigger stock than a regular store. Satellite stores carry an okay amount of stuff, and then the spoke stores are like halfway in between. And the store's floor plan is entirely dependent on how big the thing is. You guys ever been into certain Best Buys, and sometimes the floor plan is a little bit different in one versus another, but sometimes you go into another Best Buy and every single thing is in the exact same place. It's because you're in a different type of store. And what's interesting is that with Best Buy, your store, based off of its numbers, can level itself up. You can level up different aspects of the store. That's literally how they said you could do it, which is really interesting. So, like, if you sell enough appliance, you'll level up your appliance department, and the hub team will come in and they'll remodel your store overnight, and you'll upgrade it. Yeah, it's like playing an RTS but with selling things. It's actually really cool. Yeah, you can level up your Best Buy. Seriously, that's how they pitched it. The reason I know that is a byproduct of the CEO, or at least the guy that was the CEO of Best Buy when I was working there. Hubert Joly was the CEO of Best Buy when I was working there. Guess where he came from? That guy. It doesn't say. He's the CEO and director of Carlson. I thought he came from Activision Blizzard, but I could be wrong. That may have been somebody else. Either way, well, never mind. That whole analogy breaks down. But I'm pretty sure that guy was on the board for Activision Blizzard or something. It was Vivendi? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I missed it. I was looking for Activision Blizzard. But yeah, no, he came from a gaming company. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, ran a gaming company. So run your stores like you're playing a video game. It's pretty straightforward stuff. That's actually a really cool idea. I actually like that idea. Yeah, Dutch guy, I decided to have another go at the thermal protection system again. You have no idea how effective that actually is, Max. And if your department levels up, everyone gets a raise. Because now everybody gets retrained, all the employees in that department, they'll get retrained and they get a raise. So that's the incentive. If you level up your department, your salary, or not salary, your hourly payment goes up, or you get moved to salary. It's actually a really smart idea. I actually thought it was really cool and really interesting, and I wanted to read more about it, but I decided I wanted to stream on Twitch instead. Like, you know, there's not many corporate ideas that I think are good ideas, because I think due to how businesses are run today, corporate structure tends to break down. You know, the further you get away from point of sale, just kind of a business opinion that I have. But it's cool. That's one of them that I actually agreed with. I thought that was really smart. What would you think about modular rocket engines so you can design how the plumbing works in KSP2? I think that type of design feature is too advanced for KSP. KSP is about taking KSP inherently is about taking a concept like rocket science and making it easy. So the difficulty in the game itself isn't actually building the rocket, but flying it around and understanding how rockets work. I think that would be at odds. A rocket engine designer would kind of be at odds with KSP's core gameplay, but that's just an opinion. With that being said, an expansion pack? Sure, but not part of core gameplay. Night, that's just an opinion though. I mean, dude, I went to school. I took a bunch of classes at school about game theory and stuff. Full Sail does that. They teach you how to do 3D modeling, then they'll teach you how to do CAD. And then they teach you the applications for both of those things. So, like, that's how I know CAD. But, like, when you're 3D modeling, they show you the entire pipeline, including level design. Level design and gameplay and how 3D modeling could apply to it. So I don't necessarily know how to code a video game, but I know gameplay very, 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 very well, because I literally went to school for that. I know about Children of a Dead Earth, dude. I think I have that game, Max. I think. I can't remember. This heat shield. I already like the way this heat shield is shaping up better than the one that we made yesterday. I don't know, it was pretty under the radar. It had a rocket designer in it that was interesting enough. Simple Rockets 2 was going to add one. Not sure if they ever did, though. I mean, Max, as long as it was really basic stuff, dude, a rocket editor in, like, KSP2, I wouldn't mind it. Like, it would have to be super, super, super basic stuff. The procedural nozzles. That's like one of the only things I can think of. Procedural nozzles and maybe like turbo pump size or something. Like, just keep it simple, you know? Like, it would be cool if we, you know, like, if we're gonna, like, do it super advanced stuff, have, like, you can change the size of the throat, change the size of the combustion chamber, change the size of the power packs. You know, if you want to run film cooling, or if you want to do stage combustion, you need to add more components to the rocket engine. That would be kind of cool, but I think that gameplay is not necessarily at odds with how KSP is played. I just think that might be a little too complicated for the average player, don't you think? I mean, KSP appeals to a wide audience. KSP 1 appeals to a wide audience because it's general. You know? Like, you don't like, you can choose to make the game complicated, or you can keep it simple. So, I don't know. Maybe he has a DLC or something? Like, it would be cool, like, if we could take the Terrier engine and I could give it a bigger nozzle. Or in the tech tree, you unlock a vacuum nozzle for it and have it as a tweakable function, you know, with a bigger nozzle. And the bigger nozzle could change the specific impulse. It could make the specific impulse higher and you get a little bit of a thrust increase. Simultaneously, like, if you took, oh, I don't know, if you took the mainsail and gave it a larger nozzle, you'd get more thrust and a little bit better specific impulse. Or you could give it a vacuum optimized nozzle. Like, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, automation for rocket engine Snake would actually be really cool. So, okay, all right. You know how you can take stuff in automation and put it in Beam? Snake, let's make a game where you can make rocket engines, and then if you hit create rocket engine, it'll give you a craft file and it'll put it in KSP. Anything advanced is best for mods. I do really like procedural parts myself, but as you said, it's not really that much in KSP's current DNA. I'm glad KSP 2 is doing procedural wings, though. I pitched that to them back in 2019. Could we make a rocket engine maker? And basically have it as a plug-in tool for KSP? Max, you think anybody would get pissed off about that? We make a tool that basically will crank out rocket engines, and then it'll crank out a mod rocket engine. You just drag it in like a mod. That would be difficult, dude. That'd be hard to do. You know, like, Max, if we like made that and put it on Steam and sold it, do you think there's a mod that works with RL called SPE, Simple Procedural Engines? Yeah, okay, so somebody's already thought of that. But it's just a mod. I don't think you could make money off that. Or I don't think you should make money off that because, well, I don't know, maybe. Who knows? Alright, anyway, let's keep going. Mission control green screen. That's right. You like that, Europe? Have you ever played Subnautica? I have played Subnautica, Tutor's Box, and I won't play it again. I'm scared crapless out of that game, and I'm too much of a bitch to go and play it. Dude, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. That's the reason. It scares the crap out of me, dude. I have a phobia of underwater in video games, but it's just in video games. I've gone diving before. Doesn't scare me. I've gone diving and I've seen like sharks around in the water. Still doesn't scare me. Like, I've done that. I did that in Bermuda. Like, when I went there when I was younger. Like, water in real life and caves in real life don't scare me. Water and caves in video games scare the piss out of me. I'm scared of playing that stupid game. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. There was a level back in the day in a game called Shadows of the Empire on N64, where you were in the sewers of Imperial City and you had to fight this tentacle monster, and I played that as a freaking kid and it traumatized the crap out of me. I'm dead serious. Would you play it on Halloween? No. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, that sewer level ruined it for me. I'm serious. With the tentacle monster in the sewer and you have to get around it. Nope, killed it. It killed it. I can't do underwater, and it's because of that game. I know what I'm building on the Minecraft underwater doesn't scare me. The caves sometimes do.
Yeah, strangest thing, dude. Underwater in real life doesn't bother me. I swim in the ocean every summer. It doesn't bother me at all. It's just in a video game. Like, and I don't know what to think about that, dude. Like, yo, check this out. What's that? Alright, so there are therapists who game. I don't need to see a therapist because I don't need to play Subnautica to... It's not something that I need to do. I don't care. It's not pertinent to me making me a better person. So, those demons can stay those demons, and I'm fine with that, Neuro. You gotta pick and choose your battles. Yeah, this heat shield should have my center of mass a lot more forward, and it should this should get me a much better equilibrium, and personally I think it looks better than the last one. Part count 257 right now. Keep in mind, Farnight, I don't have as much of the completed thermal protection system on this, but with this design, dude, I was able to use more of these large triangles and less of the smaller triangles. So I should be able to, we should be able to end up with overall net lower part count with this kind of Mark 6 heat shield, I guess, or the prototype number 6 heat shield. I've made a lot of different prototypes here, but I'm basically rapid prototyping the heat shield. That's basically what's going on here. Right now you're over 255. Yes. I know. Sebi, the way I see it, the bigger vehicles, the bigger version of this is probably going to be over. Because I'm going to need more struts. Well, it's possible. It's possible that I wouldn't, but... yeah. What you building? A single stage to orbit vehicle. So something that basically takes off from a launch pad and makes it all the way up into space, deploys its payload, and comes back down. Single stage. No separation of staging here. The viewers kind of came forward and they voted on it, Market. Per my rules for how I play KSP, I have like kind of a weird rules, not a weird rule set. I have a custom rule set that I play from. It is a little weird. Okay. And they decided that this is what they want the direction of my space program going in. So what I'm trying to do is not only build a vehicle that could go up into space, come back down, and land on the runway. I don't want to hit the recover button either. I want this thing to land on the runway and to have me tow it back. Tow the thing back to the launch pad, pick it up with a crane, put it back on the launch pad, and fly it again. No, Napron, no. Single stage to orbit works like here, like this. I'll show you. Look. So this is what it's based off of. It's based off of this, which is the Lockheed X-33. Watch. I want mine to do this. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to build the launch pad for it. I don't know if the launch pad will necessarily look exactly like this, but... hopefully we can get to this point. That would be nice. See, they're using a little different engine. That engine that they wanted to use with this thing, this project ended up getting canceled in the 2000s, which really sucks. But they, the engines that are on this thing in real life, I don't have. The closest relative that they have in KSP are shuttle engines, so I gotta use shuttle engines instead. Oh, poor me, right? Why did it get canceled? Same bullcrap that got Constellation canceled next. Hey, Tip, what's going on? I'm glad you like it. Yeah. The biggest contributor, guys, was the fact that the launch market crashed in the 90s. There was super high demand for people to launch stuff into space during the dot-com bubble in the 90s. So that's why this project was even initiated, because there was straight up not enough launch vehicles to handle all the demand, all the satellites for all these dot-com companies that wanted to launch everything into space, right? And then the dot-com bubble burst in the 90s. And because that happened, and most of the companies that were buying launches into space were tech companies, the launch market collapsed in 2000. Like, collapsed. Like, they went from huge demand, like a backup of payloads for like the next 10 years, to zero, to nothing. Yeah, the dot-com bubble popping in the 90s really screwed the launch market. So this project kept going a little bit after that, but they didn't see it as the government was kind of financing this project. NASA was financing it, and they didn't see it as useful anymore because there was no demand for the launch market. So even if they built it, it wouldn't have launched any payloads because there was no demand. I think that was a remarkably short-sighted decision, because imagine thinking just because a bubble pops that market isn't going to recover eventually. Like, but how long is it going to take? You know, like, I don't, you know, I think that was dumb. That was short-sighted, just like canceling Constellation. But this is why vehemently almost every space news that I end up talking about this, how canceling stuff that's near completion or is completed is really stupid. Really stupid. Don't ever, like, every time we've done that, every time we've canceled a project saying, nah, we don't need this, or it's everything, it's fine, just keep doing what we're doing, or, oh, we have a cheaper way of doing it. Every time NASA's done that, they have ended up with net less capability. Saturn V can get to the moon. Replace it with a space shuttle. Can't get to the moon. Space shuttle. Replace it with Ares 1. That can't take payload up into space. It just takes the Orion. Too expensive. Cancel that. Replace it with commercial crew. Net loss in capability. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, buy the dip, Chem. Jeez, diamond hands. What the hell, NASA? Super Collider. Ugh. That's... Yeah, no, Pete. I don't wanna get on my soapbox today, dude. What cargo bay are you going to use? Mark II? Hater? Yeah, the X-33 was... Man, if they had kept going with it... The X-33 was a demonstrator. It was just a demonstration project, this thing. This thing was like 95% completed when they scrapped it. This thing was it was ready to go. The X-33 would have led to the Venture Star. That thing right there. There's the Venture Star's size comparatively to a shuttle. The Venture Star, instead of having 2 engines like the X-33, it would have had 7. The Venture Star would be like if you took the space shuttle, took the boosters off, took the shuttle, combined it with the external tank, and gave it 7 shuttle engines instead. You wouldn't have the payload capacity that you would get from the boosters, but it would be all totally reusable. Aren't we experiencing this here too? Canceling Dart equals no capability at all, net loss. Yes. I told you lessons would be learned from this. And I don't mean that, I didn't mean it in a malicious way at all. Sevi. I didn't mean it to be, I didn't say it to be a jerk, but yeah, there you go. Canceling Dart equals less missions. Like, it's not rocket science, man. And I've already seen people in chat say, oh, I miss Dart. I miss Dart. To be fair, you didn't vote to cancel Dart. And I'm sure there's a lot of politicians that didn't vote to cancel Venture Star either. Where's the cockpit? It'll fly autonomously first, Bro Handy, so I'm not designing it with one. If I was going to put one on here, it would probably end up... it would be a Mark II, and if I was going to give it crew capability, it would probably end up... right here. I'm kind of designing around that. Hot take, Venture Star was less of a jobs program than Venture Star. What? Hey, Sev. Yeah, it's been a while. But I'm going to design it with unmanned capability first, or uncrewed, whatever you want. Whichever one floats your boat, man. less than a jobs program of than SLS. I mean, any program is a jobs program, but I understand. I understand what you're trying to say, yeah. That panel isn't in symmetry, thank you. Thanks, Crash. I'm trying to not use the tiny panels up here, if I can, to try and be a little bit more cognizant of the part count. Any thoughts on what you'd like to see in KSP 2? I mean, I'll be honest with you. KSP 2 really just needs to be KSP 1 with better graphics and better physics simulation, and you'll be fine. But they've also added a bunch of stuff too. Like sometimes I think gaming companies miss the mark with newer games, and I do not think they're missing the mark with KSP 2. KSP 2 is they're actually doing it right. I think that, you know, people get so hung up on wanting to make the next best thing, There are times where you could just literally make a game with you could make a sequel that is literally the same game with another storyline with the same graphics, or with upgraded graphics, and that's it. Look at the remasters of different games. Like Mass Effect's remaster came out a couple of days ago. People love that, right? Sometimes you just give it some better graphics, optimize a couple of things, and just keep writing the story. That's what they did with Halo, and Halo is super successful for it, you know? KSP 2 doesn't need to be something ridiculous and crazy. All they really have to do is, in this, like I say this like this is some easy task, focus on the physics optimization so you can build bigger things, right? Physics optimization and better graphics, and that's it. And they are doing that, but they're also doing more. So KSP 2 is doing what you want and more. That's what the developers are working on over there. They're doing a good job. They're doing exactly what you should do. And, you know, I don't know, man. You know, the whole gameplay thing is just kind of my personal opinion, but sometimes you don't need to do anything too crazy. You know, just get back to the core aspects of the game and what makes it good, and elaborate on that with better graphics or better physics, and you'll be good. Or better effects, better plumes, stuff like that. And that seems to be what's going on with KSP. So, with KSP 2. But with KSP 2, they're also adding base building. They're also recognizing what you would need to make the game better. Like what gameplay in Kerbal is supplemental to the core gameplay. Like what makes it better? Base building. Perfect example. Launchpad building in my case, like that's just me though. Like they're not doing launchpad building. I'm pretty sure you can make stuff on other planets from what I can tell, but that's just a guess. I don't know anything that you guys don't know, to be honest with you. What's the first vehicle you'll make? I don't know. I'm really kind of excited in KSP2 about the particle effects and the scatterer, if you really want to know, because those are the parts that I've seen. There we go. Tie that all in. Nope, that's too much of an angle. The edge, yeah. The edge comes in further. There we go. Yeah, that doesn't exactly line up, but it's close. We're almost there. But yeah, Pop, I don't know. I'll probably just try to... You know what? I might try to make the same kind of stuff that I made in KSP1 when I first started playing, and just to see if it works. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time. I'm super hyped about it, man. Hear me out. Remove the diamond of panels on top of the nose. I know you want the orange fairing, Wookiee. No, I don't. It's, I mean, I'm not in love with it, dude, to be honest. You know what? This edge could probably be down more, and if it's down more, that means that this one... Hang on a minute. I just don't want this thing I don't want this thing to end up looking like a narwhal or something. Probably, Kyron. Yeah, maybe. Hey, Weiser, what's going on? Yeah, guys, just in case anybody's wondering, I didn't do Space News today. I really need to finish this. Oh, gosh, I keep saying that. The funds to upgrade the hangar toasted were already included with the awarding price. I'm just waiting on doing it because I don't want to spend 1.6 million Kerbucks or Flurbos unless I absolutely have to, dude. Is this flying today? Velo, I had to go back and redo the thermal protection system a little bit, and I ended up doing it in a way that saved me about 30 parts, to be honest with you. So, I don't know. But it looked, dude, it looks so much nicer. This is so much better. Okay, last row. It's all because of you, chat, that I'm building this. Yeah, now how do you feel? I don't need to fly it 95. I know what it's going to do. I've played enough KSP to know what this should be doing now. But then again, I did say the same thing about Dart, but what would be the point of testing it? So, honest question, guys. What's the point? Why would I test this? Why would I test it like this? What am I going to learn from it? Like, what am I going to learn from it? It's an honest question. Am I going to test it to see if it flies good? Yeah. Just because it flies good now doesn't mean it's going to fly well with payload in it, with all this stuff built out into the back. Like, that's like saying, oh, this plane is going to fly right without a rudder. I haven't engineered the rudder for this airplane, so let's go test fly it. Like, why would I do that? You know what I'm saying? And especially since I can't revert save, I don't think that's a wise decision. Entertainment. That's not what you learn. You didn't answer my question. I don't want to test this thing right now. The shape breaks down. Damn it. That's correct, Hellfish. Yeah. If I build the shell out, then maybe. Board is hungry for results. Yeah, they were hungry for Challenger to launch too. Yeah, I'm not doing that. nice. Yeah, it's coming. What are we gonna do about that? How about that? Ha. 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 Ah. Communications dish? What? Where? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, you said communications dish. You did hear your name, but talking about something different, dude. Yeah, see how much better this whole thing looks? Yeah, this looks way nicer. Multitasking, it's all good, bro. I said forget about it, cuh. I said forget about it, cuh. You guys remember that? Click save for safety? Of course. Thank you. Just gotta figure out something to put right here that bridges that. We gotta bridge it. Let me try one of these.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sagittarian, 2-month resub, thanks. Oh man, that's so close to working. Alright. Small panel. Imagine if all the triangles were gold. I love gold! Dr. Evil, can I paint this you gold? It's kinda my thing. How about no? See last. You might have useless panels inside of the front cone that will still add up on your part count. I'm pretty sure every one of them is where they need to be. In fact, I watched there's some points where I probably should have put a triangle and didn't. Yes, I chose to do this project, Music Man. I don't like For All Mankind. Am I talking to the song? Yeah, I am. You love Ferds? Me too. Yep, EJ's lost it. EJ's gone bye-bye, chat. This project is sending EJ to a new level of crazy. I mean, yeah. I'm trying to just pinch these edges a little bit closer. See if I can get them close to each other so we can make that triangle basically fit. It's like playing Shrine of the Silver Monkey on Legends of the Hidden Temple. You guys remember that game? How come nobody could ever make the stupid monkey right? It's like 3 pieces. And one of them has a post on it. Like, what the hell? You like that, Loopy? I'm really diving deep into thermal protection systems and how we can make a better one. But also, I gotta weigh down the nose just like I did with Collins. Here. According to next space flight, the next flight out of Boca will be orbital. No hops are planned. Yeah, I had a feeling that might happen, Thomas. Is that what Michael's saying? Dude, that was a throwback. Yeah, I remember that, though. They were kids. Yeah, but apparently because they filmed all the temple runs at the same time at the end of the day and most of the kids were too exhausted. Well, that makes more sense. Dude, that was a cool show. With your guide, Kurt Fogg, and here he is now! Thank you, Olmec. You guys remember that? It was a good show. Blue barracudas? Silver snakes, man. Blue barracudas. Well, barracudas are okay. Alright, I'll give you that. See last. My friend was bragging that his new 3D printer can print a firearm. Big deal. I have a Canon printer. I've had a Canon printer for years. It's not gonna work. Sometimes. J-Speed. Alright, let's try something. Let's try something else. There's no plans for that area, Supercraft. Build out the roads however you see fit. Are you not finished yet? I redesigned the TPS gameplay. I redesigned it.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Of course, Natsman. Classic Nickelodeon was great, man. Yep. Nope. Can't have that bump right there. What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? One is really heavy while the other's a little lighter. I had more faith in you than that. But, yep. Apparently my faith was misplaced. Loopy, I opted to make the subscale version a small sat launcher. I thought that would be a better application of what I'm doing here. What do you think? Think I'm crazy? Am I crazy? Yes, I... Oh, wait, no, I can't sing that. Never mind. Yep, nope, 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 nope. I didn't do it. Kirk Hammett, don't kill me. I don't know, man. I gotta find something that's just gonna bridge this and not make it look stupid. Is this a subscale Pinky and the Marble Machine are gonna be finished before this? Aw, don't do me like that, man. Don't do me like that, Loopy. Jesus. Come on. Why do you hate me? Chat made me do this. Gangsta Chat made me do this. I don't think the kids will understand that. Never mind. Gangsta Chat made me do it. Where did you learn this? I learned it from you! The edited picture of what the tower will look like. That's awesome. You get when you cross an owl with a bungee cord. My butt. I'm just doing some more massaging.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh. Sagittarian. 19, frickin'... Why did I say 19-month resub? That was 10 subs, dude. Thank you. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And you subbed today, dude. That's too much. That's good. It's all good. I appreciate it. Thank you. Some hype right there. I like that. That's fine. This will work. If I could just... couple things here. Let me just take that and do that, right? Like that. And then we take this and we line it up right there. And just move it up just a little bit. Like that. And then take this and just kind of smooth out this line and make it not look like there's a furrowed brow at the front of this thing. See that? Oh yeah, baby. Now we're talking. And this ended up being less parts. We were at 312 with the old one, or somewhere around there. That looks way nicer. Very good. All right. But then again, this was a little less completed than last time, but this looks a lot, oh yeah, that looks a lot better. Quite good, old boy, if I do say so myself. Nope. Just leave it. Should Boca Chica be a beach stream now? Savage. I can get rid of that and then just... Nope. That doesn't fit. We're gonna need to use the small triangles. So is the payload bay gonna be in the middle like Venture Star? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Loop. I've had some problems getting these, like...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I've had some problems getting the, what's it called? Hold on one second. Getting these to look right. It's like when I did it when we did this with Collins a little while back. I had trouble getting it to look exactly correct, but I'm rapidly approaching that point here. I've had to redo this thing 3 or 4 times. The one I did yesterday was good, but it was too heavy. This one is lighter, and because I'm gonna try to make like a half wing TPS, half panel. But I gotta keep the panels up at the front to keep the thing heavy in the front. Beazol gifted a sub to Loopy. There it is. Wild Goose. Dwayne Johnson is a master of origami. As his apprentice, I once assisted him at an exhibition and managed to lose the cutting implement he uses to prepare the paper for folding. I can't believe I lost the rocks, paper, scissors. Did that add anything to the stream other than giving me $1? Honest answers only. I am going to use a Mark II, yes. At least I plan on it. Yeah, Adrian, right. Well, they like punning me because I know I can't stand them. I freaking hate puns, dude. He's so clever. Shut the f... Okay. There we go. Perfect. I don't know. I'm trying to decide whether I should make it go all the way over. On the earlier prototypes, I had those panels go... Oh, no. On the earlier prototypes, I had them do the exact same thing. Oh, wow. That's nice. I like that. And then what was prototype 3? What did I do there? Did I change it? What about 4? Yeah, 4 is the one that actually went up and over. Okay. Five. Okay, and then 6. Yeah, Wookie, something like that. Yeah, let's see. Okay. Yeah, this one's good. I like this. Alright. Let me go in here like this, and thanks for the bits, dudes. Appreciate it. Alright. The Mark IIIs don't fit, Loop, and this is only supposed to be small sat and crew rotation. I'll put a payload bay up there, and for like a couple of for like the experimental versions, or I won't put a payload bay on it for, you know, just to test it, right? So I can save some cash, and then we'll add components later. But if I was gonna do a crew variant, I mean, this thing I really want there just for a crew variant. If we were gonna do it, it would look like this. I'd put the flight deck up on the top. Put it right, pretty much right there. And then I would put payload bay or whatever behind it. And the payload bay would be over where my center of mass is. I want it to be a subscale demonstrator loop and that we could use for crew rotation if we need to. Either that or I'll have a crew tank that can fit inside of the payload bay. Like I'll have a module. You know. Why is it all the way up there? How are you going to be able to see? How would you be able to see anything if you can't see over the nose of the thing that you're flying? How would you land it? I ain't putting a droop snoot on this thing. Man. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Do you have the Mark II docking port? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I could do a crew tank in the middle, but in a control area here. But yeah, I don't know. You know how I feel about crews flying in payload bays, you know? Not really too into it. But either way, let's keep going. So we're at 268 parts right now, which is not the worst. That's actually pretty good. We made some pretty good progress there. This ended up being a lot less parts because there's a lot less of the pieces like that, and there's more of the big triangles that go all the way to the front, which is really good. In fact, the next time, if I ever go to make one of these again, the next time we do this, I should make the sides first and not start with the nose. And make the sides go about as far forward as I need to until I need to start using these to get a more contoured shape. That's perfect, actually. That's really good. I really like that. It looks good. The only angle it looks weird from is the front. But then again, the real one looks really stupid from the front. Like, see, the real one's just like, the hell? You know, like. It looks cool from the side. And ours looks cool from the side. Yeah, it looks like a pigeon that's too fat. It looks sick from this angle. I think the X37 or the X33 always looked cool from here. It looks a little weird from front quarter. From the front it looks ridiculous. From the back it looks the back looks cool. Top, it looks cool. Side view, yeah, I like it. It's growing on me. I don't want to just put a crew tank in here though. Whatever I put in here, guys, I don't want just like, I need a control panel area. I want an area where Kerbal could fly it. So we'd need something like this or something like this. You know? Anyway, how's our center of lift, center of mass looking at this point? Good. Very good. It doesn't go out in front. Nice. Excellent. That's real good. So, like this, it's going to want to nose down. I mean, actually, no. This is going to want to nose up until it gets to that point. Very good. So that's 0, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Yeah. Past 45 is when that thing really starts to move. See how it more or less stays in the same spot there? Little deviation, that's what we want. That's really what we want. How do stalls in KSP work? When you lose enough airspeed, your vertical speed increases. The lift forces that your craft is generating are being overpowered by gravity. Josh, yeah, it could, and then I could trim it. We could trim it out. I could trim it out more with robotics or whatever. I unlocked the verniers, Loopy. I paid the science to unlock those suckers. Yeah, it's gonna use verners. But that's the other thing that I have to take into account. I really can't... I don't have much more mass to work with before this thing basically falls off a cliff in terms of Delta V. We're gonna add more aero, but not much more. And then I haven't even worked on the back part. But that's pretty much the final version of this. I'm not gonna change the front. That's exactly where it needs to be. Dude, a huge spider just fell from the ceiling. Holy crap, that thing is gigantic. Wow. Oh, wait a minute. It's a moth. Yeah, it's like the size of a quarter. It's on my desk right now. Should we dragonize it? You want me to burn it? Bugs don't bother me, dude. It fell in front of me. It fell between me and the wall, And it's behind my monitors, but I can see it. Kind of moth looks like a spider. It fell behind one of my computer cables in Rage, so I didn't see it. It looked like a spider, but then upon further inspection... I don't know where that sucker came from, dude. You should name it. Kind of want to kill it. It's not a spider. Actually, it kind of looks like a roach, but it has wings. Roaches have wings, I guess. I don't know. Nope. Oh, I flicked him and I don't know where he went. I flicked it. He's still alive, I just don't know where he went. Alright, let's keep going. I just don't need the sucker crawling up on me when I'm like freaking like laser focused on this. I don't need a bug crawling on me. That's when I'd be like, what the frick, you know? Alright. Where was I? Okay, so 6 times 4 is 48. Yeah, 312. Okay. Is it a spider? Get it off. Alright, so here's what I'm going to try for this part, okay? This part down here, I'm going to take these wings. See these wing surfaces? And I'm going to see if we can do kind of a hybrid panel wing system. This will help me save part count and mass, or at least it should. So I call this wing tessellation. Basically, it's kind of the same thing that I do with the panels, but I do it with we do it with wings instead. The thing is that you don't really want wings angled like this, but back here around the center of mass, they don't have much influence. They won't have much moment. They won't create much lift force in a way that, as long as they're kind of near the center of mass, they won't create much lift force. It won't deviate. It won't like affect its trajectory too much. At least I don't think it will. I'm trying to do this to save some mass and save ourselves some part count, if possible. Alright, so check this out. See how it doesn't line up, right? What we need to do is I need to take this one, right? We need to rotate it just a little bit, and we move it back, move it again, and we kind of muscle it into position here, right? We can always adjust these panels a little bit if we need to. Now here's the kicker. What I do is I take this panel. Notice that this one is attached to that one. I take this thing, right? And we move this one out. And I match it to this one right here. And now that it's matched, we take it, and because the rotational transform is a little weird, we do that. And now we have an edge. Maybe... Oh, I just screwed it up. Wow, that's really good, because I had it on absolute. Oh, that's lovely. I was gonna say, maybe if I took this thing and angled it out. But that would mean that this edge needs to not be, it would need to be curved. And I don't think the real one has a curved edge there. No, don't get me wrong, it doesn't necessarily matter. Yeah, see, it's perfectly, it's 90 degrees there at the very back of the vehicle. There's a reason. The reason for that is hypersonic flow in real life, but I mean, amongst other things. Basically, it's made in a way to help disperse the heat. The only reason I think that might be a gooder way of doing it, yes, I just said that. Yeah, sorry, this SSDO project is making my brain hurt. Because we won't get as... This way gives us a weird inverted edge. See that? So you could go a little in front and behind the CO. Yeah, pretty much, Hellfish. Hellfish, having these wings here would be like having a set of tires that steers at the firewall of a front-engine rear-wheel drive car. It's really not going to do anything. Even if you turn the tires, car will just keep going straight, you know? Is it 90% finished yet? Because now it's time to cancel it. Oh, don't do me like that, man. Too real. Actually, I found a better way to make this. Here. You know what? Get rid of this for a second. Right? And the right way to do this would be to take this wing and attach it to that. You'd want to parent it here. Right? Oop. Oh. I blame Bremo for talking like that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Jack, 40-month resub. We're going to Constellation U. Constellation has consequences, man. I warn you. I wouldn't do that. Unless you want to see a lot more Minecraft.
that. When will you learn that your actions have constellations? When will you learn? When will you learn? That's still funny, dude. You ruined Sonic! You know that your fantasies will never be quenched! You freaking fricks! That's still funny, man. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I wonder how he felt about the first movie trailer. Oh, jeez. Wait, how much fuel does this have? Enough to get to where I needed to go? Man, I don't know the number off the top of my head. Hater, thanks, dude. Thanks for sticking with me on this fantastic voyage into single stage to orbits. You learn that your fantasies will never be quenched. Am I not? Frick! I'm not in symmetry. See, the problem is that these things stacked up next to each other don't fit exactly. They're not as tall as the triangles stacked on top of each other. These triangles are different than the other triangles. I can stretch them to get them close. Oh yeah, I remember that.
Okay. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to move the triangles closer to each other to be able to make them taller. So like I'll move this thing in here, and then when we do that, I can move this thing up. It can make a taller shape. I'm the Bob Ross of KSP. Come on, man. I don't think so. I just take my time. If anybody else takes their time, they'll be able to build stuff like this, dude. It just takes some time and some practice. And remember, I get paid to do this, dude. I don't forget that. I get paid. I said it takes time and practice, 95. I didn't say how much. Okay? Get off my case, man. No. That's close enough to where I can massage those triangles into the right position. All right, let's see what this does, just out of curiosity. Yeah, baby. Nice. Very good. Still goes a little forward, but for the most part. Nice. Nice. Good progress. All right, I don't need this anymore. I got no more use for this guy. Got no more use for this guy. All right, so what triangles here do we still need?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe I can move this forward just a little bit and move it down. And then if I can just get in here and just do a little bit of that, I can sculpt the triangles to these lines, no problem, as long as they're close. Hey, Eukerman. Thanks, man. There's actually a ridge there but you won't see that unless you look at it up close. Good. So close to the 255 part count. Yeah. And I don't think I need this one, so we can get rid of that. Heck, I don't even think it... Oh yeah, I do need that one. Ready to Mars? Maybe. Alright, let's just see if we can go in here and fine-tune this a little bit. Alright, so let's get rid of those. Right? And then once again, I can make the triangles meet up with these lines. That's no problem. Something like that. It's an X-33 Titan. Yeah, X-33. Lockheed. It's a Lockheed project. I'm just fine-tuning the angles, just like I did with the triangles. This will be fine. X-32-year-old Forlorn, but close. I also suck at math. It's okay. We don't judge. I hate how that gap gets bigger as you go, so I'm gonna... That's real close. I forget what the X-32 is. I don't even think that was a thing. Huh. I don't know. Anybody know? Oh yeah, the X-32 was Boeing's... yeah, that's right. That was their Joint Strike Fighter bid. That's right. I forgot about that. The plane. It's so happy. Look at how happy it is. I'll take the X-33. It's actually a really good design. That's the funny part. It's really good. Yeah, that's a really good design, if you really wanted to know. The best looking X-Plane of all time was the X-10. It's got nostrils. Yeah, okay. That's pretty cool. I mean, I was always a fan of one of these things. I thought the F-101 looked really, really cool. That's a really cool looking plane. I always thought F-101s looked amazing. Hear me out, P-51 Mustang, which version? Yes. I'm just redoing these lines so they go to the wings and it bridges the shape a little bit better so it doesn't look like it just glued some wings onto the back. Yeah, see? Now instead of that line going in and then like it was going like this and then it was going down, now it's a perfect curve. You see that? Real spacecraft have curves, bros. Okay. P-40, F-16 with delta wings. Which one was that? An X-29, I think is what that was called. Or no, the F-16XL is what it's called, excuse me. X-29 was the reverse swept wings. All right, what do you think, dudes? I think, actually, that looks stupid like that. Yeah, now we're talking. Alright, the bug bit you again. You're reinstalling KSP. Sorry, man. Oh, yeah. Perfect. This thing will sail, baby. It'll sail. Okay, just got to do a little bit more cleanup. with that piece right there. There. Oh, nice, James. That's cool. If only they were dark variants of the wings. Sneaky, I was thinking about making the gray go all the way to the back to keep the dark profile. We could do it. You know, instead of 2 parts, it would probably be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So instead of 4 parts, we have 12. Yeah, no, never mind. Yep, no, that's good. Never mind, dude. I'll just keep doing this thing this way. Yeah. If I can just move this in just a teeny weeny bit and then rotate it. Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect. You'll be lucky to make this work, nonetheless. Look good. You think so? I hope you're... I mean, I hope for everybody's sake, Oapsalot. Don't take this the wrong way, but I hope for everybody's sake that you're wrong. I hope you're wrong. I can make this fly, dude. I'm not worried about that. Alright, now let's see if we can shape this up here. I am going to use wings for this part, just because of the part count. Don't do this. Don't clip into the damn fuel tank. Alright, it's just a teeny weeny bit too. Alright, let me go in here. There. Tuck the tanks just a little bit. Nobody saw that, okay? Just gotta change some of the angle on these mount struts. Oh, that's actually perfect. Okay, it just needs a little bit of tweaking. Hold on. Do you think cities might come back someday for after hours? Yeah, maybe. I'm kind of doing the Minecraft city thing right now, so yeah, that's kind of where my time is being invested. Hang on, this piece needs to be... like that, and then just gotta move it down a little bit. Bingo. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest fan of these edges back here, but I really don't have a choice. I want SnowRunner back. You know, Toronto may have given me crap about what I want from a game like that, but he's not wrong. SnowRunner, I don't know. I'd rather just do stuff in Beam, just like he said. What can I say? The guy knows me. Is your next project going to be a parts mod? No. Why? Why would it be? Because of all the fiddling that I'm doing? Nah, we good, man. I like this. This is part of the fun. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Oh, yeah. See what I'm talking about, man? Just a little bit of fine tweaking here and there, and I can get this, and it'll look amazing. Like, if you're ever building something in KSP and you can't get the shape right, just back out. Back out, look over here, look at the blue container for a second, and then look back. And just kind of, don't focus on one particular thing, just look. Yes, this looks great. It looks like an A-wing. Yeah, okay, I see that. That's where that wing piece basically needs to be. I don't like how I have this thing going on right here. I'm gonna have to figure out something to do there. Almost got it. Wait. No. No, 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 no. No, no, I screwed up. I tweaked that too much. Okay. So you're going with the fat wings and not the shuttle tail fins. Interesting. Why is it interesting? Do you see any shuttle tail fins over here unlocked? I think we'll be alright, Jaka. Yeah, I don't have the shuttle tail surfaces unlocked, dude. Or else I would be using them. Actually, I don't even know if I would. These things should work. No reason why they shouldn't.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Torlab. Thanks, man. We'll just have to wait until the test flight to find out. Jaka, I'm not too incredibly worried about it, because these are on the same line. If you're looking at the minor axis of the vehicle, they're on the same line as the center of mass. They're not going to have that much influence. If I had done this up here, you know, these wings would be have an effective force going in this direction and that direction, far away from the center of mass. That would move the center of pressure forward. As far as I'm concerned, this should be just fine. It should work. Not should, it will. It will work. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. I got plenty of funds. Ugh, I gotta clean this up. I gotta find a way to blend these edges so they don't look like crap. Yeah, Jaka, I'm not worried, man. Good. We'll just have a test flight today. It depends on how much I can get done, Bobby, to be honest with you, dude. Like, this has crazy potential, dude, but I have to get this right. So that's where the wings want to be, right? Like, see this? This is where the wings want to be. But that ain't where the triangle wants to be. Maybe that's negligible. That shouldn't be that big of a deal, I guess. Maybe I make this go down in here like that. No. So move this up a little bit, move it that way a little bit, take this one, move it this way, and move it that way. It should get everything realigned. And now take this. Technique. There we go. The only thing that's throwing my eye off is that right there. And you know how I can fix that? We can... Give me this right here. Put a vernier on it? I wouldn't want to put a vernier near the center of mass. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Because you're not going to have the moment that you're looking for. Almost there. I really don't want to go over 300, guys. Yeah, that's what I'm really trying to avoid pretty much at all costs. If I had to go above it, I really wouldn't want to go above 350. Like 350 is absolute maximum. I don't like the black line that's right there, but that's just a geometric thing. There's not much I can do about it. Alright, check this again. Still gravy. The center lift does move back a little bit at the higher angles. So 15, 30, 45. I ideally would need it to be a little bit forward, but now because I put these wings back here, I can put more. That's what I did. That's why that ended up the way that it did. I took these wings off. I explained to people today that the space race did not end with the Russians when the Russians got to space. It was the most painful thing. Be patient with people, man. Yeah, we nailed it. That's the shape. The only thing weird that I'm seeing is up here, but I can bridge that out a little bit better. And then maybe just mess with this just a little bit. We nailed the shape. Also, EJ, gotta change this. Perfect. Yeah, see that? That's just a little weird. And I can... Wait a minute, why am I even messing with the wings? I can just change the triangles. It's like I'm sitting here like I can't mess with this. Oh gosh, I can't mess with the thing. Nope. No, I absolutely can. Take this, right? Move it in just a little bit. Take that one. Move that in just a little bit. And then... Yeah. Actually, you know what? We could start back here. Take this. Move this one here where I want this to be, right? Right there is fine. Hey, what are you going to call this beast? I don't have a name for it, man. To be honest with you. Not yet, at least. And I don't want to name it until we've flown it. This one doesn't need to be as high up. That can be right there. And then this line can go right there. Excellent. Save for safety. I'm good. I think Arrowhead is a pretty good one, dude. Yeah, Hellfish. I don't mind that one. All right, I'm gonna save, and one last thing I'm gonna mess with here, just to see if I can get it right, is just some additional tweaks right here. Right there. Take this, move that in. Okay, take back. Stare at the blue container for a second. Stroke the furry wall. Okay. Good. Little bit of jank right here. Hold on. We cannot have jank. There we go. The Star Piercer. Sounds like something out of a bad sci-fi, man. Jebstar. Flying Brick number 2. Wow. Dude, that looks like it. Does it not? Does that not look like it? That looks like the X-33. Like, oh, geez. Really, EJ? That's what you tried to make it look like. No, that... It looks right to me. Other than it's open on the top. I'm not looking at that. But yeah, you're right. Okay. 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Yeah, it moves a little bit away. We need wings. We gotta put some strakes up here or something. It's just a convertible. Yep. The Jebstar doesn't sound bad. Okay. Oh, I dig it. I dig it. I'm really happy we redid it again, to be honest with you. I'm happy I gave it another shot. Look at that thing. Oh, that thing is cool, man. Yeah. For sure, passing, right? I like that. I vote for Jebstar. Oh. The waifu said it? Oh, no. Now I gotta do it that way. I don't know. We'll think of something. Bingo. Oh, that looks sleek. If I can just move this just a little ways this way. Nice. What about the javelin? I don't hate it. Nice. 286, guys. 286 parts. Right now. Now, I don't think it needs 14 more parts. This thing's going to be a little over 300. But this will be a little over 300 when it's done, as opposed to a little over 300 with the thermal protection system. We're still at 33. 33.4, which is not ideal. What's the Delta V now? About 3,900. 3,900 at sea level. And it's about 4,200 in vacuum, if I'm looking at this right. It shouldn't be that much further off from yesterday. We can go back to our tank testing article over here. This is with 9 tons of payload. No, that's taking into account 9 tons of extra stuff attached to this. And yeah, we're at 34.5, so actually we're under where we need to be. And that's good. We're under where we thought we would be. Let me put it that way. 33.4 as opposed to, what is this one? 35.5? So this thing has, if I launched it right now, it would have about a 1 to 2 ton payload capacity. If we launched it. Can you replace any more panels with wings? I don't want to. I don't want to replace any more panels with wings, dude. Because putting the wings up here is going to that'll start screwing up the center of lift. Counting for the drag as well. Yeah. Read my last. Hey, can you shorten the craft by 0.4 meters? Thanks. Gotcha, man. Yeah, I got you. Don't worry about it. Little yeet and big yeet. This seems like an appropriate time to cancel this. Please don't. It was 15.4 victory, but I changed it. Alright, we got a...
Discovery.
Captain
go at
Karate!
throttle up.
What's up, man? Thank you. What's going on? Yeah, I'm doing the thermal protection panels down on the new Venture Star. Yeah, I figure I can hook that up. Do the drywall down there at the new McDonald's. Now, landing gear is usually one of the last things you want to add, but... Where's the landing gear on this thing? It deploys right at the front of the wing. Hey, look at that. Look at... Would you look at that, chat? Would you look at that? Rowdy, I'm doing the drywall up there at the new McDonald's. Yeah. I figure I could hook that up. And before he can't deploy well stowed. Deploy shielded, enabled. Now, I don't usually think that tying in the landing gear to the fuel tanks is necessarily a good thing, but in this particular case, I'm going to do it because the way I attached the landing gear, I attached it to the root structural node. So if I have the landing gear out here, you know, the landing gear is attached to a piece that's over here and then moved out. I need something to locate it in that position. Simultaneously, I can also use this as an opportunity to tie the wing in to something so it doesn't move. We can use this as an anchor point for the wing because the wing, these main wings are only being attached by they're only being attached. It's only attached via a radial attachment to the to this wing right here. Just got to make sure that grandparent strut is enabled on all these. Okay. If it's a fleet, you could name it after playing cards. Smaller gear in the front, but same ride height. Okay. Let's put these things in a spot where they aren't clipping into the fuel tanks, like right there. Oh, look, the profile matches my panels. Jeez, that's nice. You could name them star constellations. Slight tank clippage there. You know what? I shouldn't run these struts just yet because this whole thing is subject to change. So I'm not gonna run them just yet, but that should be more or less what we want. The rear gear looked too low to flare. You think so? Are you sure? I actually think we're pretty much spot on, Sebi. Just my opinion, though. Fun pro fact, I was reading a report the other day about this thing. It has F-15 landing gear in it. True story. They were gonna just take F-15 landing gear and use it because why reinvent the wheel? Literally, why reinvent the wheel? All right, so these wheels I don't want any steering on, and then, yeah, these guys up front should have a little bit more braking force, and yeah, they should keep steering. Might not be in the cards, guys. I might have to use one of these. You know what? I'm gonna attach this to the girder as well. Will you make your own hatch or payload bay? You have a little bit of trouble occluding things when you're trying to do that, Wiser. So, probably not. Alright, that one I want steering on. And just make sure that deploy shielded is enabled. Perfect. And set the brake bias to at least something I know that's not going to destroy this thing. We'll set it to 25 and I'll set it to 50. Because you can lock the brakes up in this game, and that's, yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah, you can lock the brakes up with your thinking Kerbal and, well, Reliant Robin, because we have tricycle gear. That's all I have to say. And that's all I have to say about that. What does deploy shielded do? It makes it so it can be inside of a payload bay or a fairing and still deploy, Brian. Now I gotta go up to the front. Yeah, well, okay. Landing gear is subject to change, so let's just... Gump! Why did you disassemble that rifle so quickly? Because you told me to, Drill Sergeant. Gump! You're a genius! You must have an IQ of 160! Reliant Robin is classic, man. Classic episode. That doesn't. Alright, I'm just messing now. What's VSR3? When are you gonna fly this thing? Angela, it's probably gonna be tomorrow or a little bit later tonight. Like, I can't promise tonight. Tomorrow, though, yeah. Meatball gang! I might need a Skunkworks logo. Just pay tribute to the king. There we go. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just do that. I was worried you were going to build the pad first. Not mine, but I saw this and I thought you'd like. Hey, those are cool. Nice one, sister. Worm gang? Make it EJ Works? Just because I'm dying to see it fly. Yeah, I know. There's still a lot of struts that I need to run, dudes. Yeah. Let's finish up the roof, and then we'll go from there. Actually, we'll work on the back. That part, the top part here, we should be able to button up pretty easily. Let's work back here. Oh gosh, the thing looks so freaking cool. I'm super excited about this. I'm really, guys, I'm telling you, every time I double down and say, no, I gotta do it over, no, I want to make it better, it always pays off. Look at that thing. It's, the design completely changes, but for some reason it looks right. I don't understand that one, but they dropped a new creator pack for cities. Ooh. Oh, I like that train station. Cool. Nice, Sneaky. That's neat. Alright, so here. Alright, we're gonna need... See, I don't want to put something all the way up here. We don't want wings up here, because that's gonna move my center of lift way too far forward. Just, yeah. $15, $30, $45. We need something here. Let me put a wing on this thing. And we'll put the wings in this position precisely where I think they need to go. Huh. Are you going to semi-bow-tail the back or make it 90 and flat? Did that make sense? That's my final answer. How's it going, Kerbal King? It's going good, man. How are you? Well, considering that those can't really go any further forward than that, let's see what it does. A lot of testing, man. Good, getting ready to race? Nice. They dropped 2 creator packs today. Bridges and piers. Oh no. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do the back end of this. You're talking about this thing right here? Yeah, I'm not 100% on that one, dude. Well, shoot, man. In these renders, that thing goes all the way back. Wait a minute. Does that do that in any of these other things? No. No, that render's different than this. See, this one kind of converges back and then goes straight. But some of these other renders... See, some of the renders have those, that back thing. Hellfish. And then other ones don't. See what I'm talking about? Some of them have it and some of them don't. Huh. Huh. Huh? Huh. No, I said I really don't want to use robotics on here, and I don't really want to use robotics on here. That ain't bull crap. But, I'm willing to give it a shot. I don't know how the things are going to drift here, but... I don't really want to do robotics, but we might have to, at least for the initial testing phase. All right. Triangle big. Oh, hi Mark, how's your Kerbal life? It's going good, man. How are you? Triangles. Yeah, they do drift over time, which is not ideal, but the attachment joint gets all messed up. I'm fine. You're my favorite streamer. Oh, hi, Zed. Okay. Oh, bye, doggy. Bye. This thing looks freaking cool, man. You ever stared at it, chat? You ever marveled at its beauty? Its genius? Did you know, chat, that the first Venture Star we made was designed to be the perfect SSTO without pain and suffering? It was a disaster. No one would accept the code. Entire crops were lost. You've been staring at it for days? Shut up! Shit. Who the frick said that? Who said that? Who the frick said that? That you, John Wayne? Is this me? Who said that? Nobody said it, huh? The fairy frickin' godmother said it. Alright. I'm gonna try for an attachment system here with wings up at the top, because we should be able to fill these in here and it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but I'm worried that it could mess it up if we put too many wings in here. Doesn't discriminate. He thinks lowly of everyone. Oh, what do we have here? A frickin' comedian, private joker. Hell, I like you. You can come over to my house and eat my Kerbal snacks. Hi, you little scumbag. Yeah, that was the G-rated version. That was the G-rated version. Boston is currently winning 1-0 in a key playoff game if you want something to put on your other monitor. I can't watch. Bro, I turned on the Bruins, and when I turned on the Bruins, they lost. No. You either start watching playoff hockey and watch every game, or you don't. If I go and turn that Bruins game on right now, they will lose, I guarantee you. Every game I've refused to watch, they've won. We're good. John's like, can you turn the game on, please? Can you turn the game on, please? It's science. It is science. Guys, trust the science, okay? Okay? Just do it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Ben, 21-month resub. Hey, Ben. Oh, Ben. Ben! Ben! Hey, Ben. Please go watch the game. Sincerely, Habs fans. We don't trust them sneaky Canadians here. Okay? We do not trust them. They are a bunch of sneaky people. They are like discount Frenchmen. See? I find a simultaneous way to insult Frenchmen and insult Canadians. Ha 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 ha! I do not have a jackhammer. I have a jockhammer. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Somebody linked it to me earlier in the day, King. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's a bad day for Canada. Therefore, it's a bad day for the world. See, I want to take these and make them go down like this to match the line. But angling these like this can have unforeseen consequences, Mr. Freeman. Even if it's just a little bit. We'll see what it does. Oh, it's good except for that one spot. Here, hold on. If I... Oh, wait, is that inside the fairing? It doesn't matter. Oh, yes, it doesn't matter. Excellent. Yes, It's inside of the fairing. Doesn't mean anything. Did you... Okay. Well, I'm out. My new book on how to lose friends and alienate people is coming out very soon, Kuju. You should buy it. No way I just did that. I deserve that. I deserved it. I don't like hitting the undo button because it breaks things. Did I hit save? Did I hit save? Hopefully I hit save. Oh, ya boy. Hit save. Thanks, Past DJ. Only lost a little bit of work. I only lost a wee bit of work. It's very cash money right now. This is very cash money. I'm very happy with this. It's not... Watch. You know, we're happy with it. So you know what that means? That means it's not going to fly. That means it'll probably crash. Like that's the reality of that situation. How will the new wings interact with the payload bay? Will there still be space? Yeah, there'll be space. We'll be all right. All right. Hopefully I didn't screw this up too bad. That's about as close as we are going to want that. Oh, okay. Okay. How much mass allocation do you have left after finishing up the body? Literally none. Lols. That's the problem. I have nothing left. Sometimes, Josh, it does, depending on how you built it. Yes. Mm-hmm. The undo button can screw up your craft file. No joke. When can we expect to see this start test flying? I'll tell you when I want it to start test flying. Casper, I wanted it to start test flying yesterday. I got it, Praga. Yeah, thanks, man. Just wanted it to start test flying yesterday. I have a lot of struts to run to help hold the thermal protection system together. But yeah, this is like, I'd say 95% completed. We're almost, and this is 95% completed for a flight prototype. The back is the real part that I need to mess with. And then, like, I guess I don't need the verniers or anything. Well, I'd rather fly with them than without them. I assume more fuel is out of the question. Not necessarily, Shady, but changing the fuel at this point would be... I mean, that's the chassis. That's the entire chassis of the vehicle. Could be detrimental. Could be. Hey, Riv. Oh, hey. Even the cheers looks a bit like your ship. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be unmanned testing, Praga. Absolutely. Yeah, all the testing is gonna be unmanned. Or uncrewed, whatever you want to say. Whatever you want to say. Just tighten this stuff up here. Cool. Hey, Kane. Man. So, how do we feel about this? I'm not happy with that, but put it on the runway. I can't. It's too many parts. I'd have to upgrade the SPH. I'm just worried about the mass, guys. So, I always figure 4,000 meters a second delta V. This thing in its right now has about 3,900. 4,000 means you're going to get into space and then some. If you give something 4,000 delta V between the first and second stage, or in this case just 4,000 delta V, we are good. The problem is where it's at right now. It's at 3,900, 4,200 in vacuum, meaning that because my sea level thing, the sea level ascent is below what I want, and the vacuum is over, means that that's the difference between a crappy ascent profile and a good ascent profile, means making it into space or going into the drink. I don't like that. I really don't. We also need to take into account that we might have we need leftover fuel to be able to maneuver around in space with the Verniers, and we also need fuel to be able to come back down and land. Now, we have more power with the shuttle engines. So our TWR is really high. So I could add more fuel tanks. I could put smaller fuel tanks in here. That would just make it so this thing is a real big pain in the butt to fuel. I'm not sure I want to do that. Drag, the TWR should be able to, the high output snack list of these things should be able to overcome that fairly well, but that's also the reason why I want 4,000. If you have an aerodynamic craft, 3,500 meters a second delta V will get you into space. But I always figure 4,000, and you especially want to figure 4,000 with this thing, because this thing is not designed to fly very well. If you're going to make something that comes back down from space, it needs to create a lot of drag. The problem is, when you go to launch it, it also creates a lot of drag. It doesn't matter if it's going up or down, right? How much is the payload bay? Half ton. What about the 2.5 service module? Same. 3 words. Full body aero shell. Well, if I could do that. No, the other one. That one won't fit. Can you upgrade the fuel tank sizes? Once again, I really don't want to go in and mess with these fuel tanks, guys. The reason is because I freaking... The whole thing is built around these. The whole design is built around the damn things. It does look sick, though. One space news? I didn't do space news today, Liam. I wanted to finish this, but the crane went up today, which is pretty cool. Do we have more efficient engines? No. No. There's no better efficient engine for a single stage to orbit other than the aerospikes, which I don't have, and even then shuttle engines are better. Remove the panels. You guys, it's cute. Wasn't serious about the air show. It'll look like a rocket-powered traffic cone. It'll look like SERV. That's what it'll look like. Oh, that thing, the service bay. Yeah. Yeah, that thing's cool. I said we could use this for deploying a small sat, but yeah. Here, let me go back into my tank prototype. This is 35,581, and I figured for whatever reason that should be enough delta V. See, I could be overestimating, I could be underestimating. Yeah, could be either one. So this is 9 tons of body and payload is what I kind of figured here. I didn't think that the things would be that heavy, but they ended up compounding a lot. It ended up being a little bit on the heavier side, which is okay. It's an SSTO. What do you want? Hey, boring math professor. I mean, let's put it together right now. Let's see. Ready? So that tank, that tank, that tank, that tank. Let's see what it gets us. That one. That one. Watch the delta V indicator over here. Math professor, what's going on? How are you? Were you teaching math? Wait, what the hell? 35.5? I must have missed a fuel tank. Oh, God. Oh, okay. I was like, there's no freaking way. Riv, I gotta dip out, but you've done amazing so far. Awesome progress. Thank you. 39. Yeah, see? 3,900 right on the button. At 1.39 TWR. And then we could throttle down. And then we'll deep throttle these. How much does that go to? 790. Okay. Check the left side just in case. These tanks aren't in symmetry. Yeah. It's because of how I made them. They're stronger this way. Yeah, Shady, we could always do that if we want to. The other thing I was thinking is, guys, I could just put a fuel tank right here. I could just put a fuel tank here and then fly it all the way into orbit, and then whatever my leftover weight there, whatever my leftover amount in the fuel tank is how much payload capacity this has. Yeah, see, we're getting there. This isn't bad. Well, did you make any progress? Any progress? Well, did you make any progress? No, I never finish those errands. Don't you get it? You finished those errands? Errands? Just do a complex calculation. What? But if you blame Yarg, I mean, Forlorn, it pretty much is his fault that I'm doing this in the first place, so yes, I have. You finished those arrow? You finished that arrow? 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 Yeah, I think the first time we go to fly this thing, I'm pretty much just going to, yeah, the first time we fly this thing, I'm pretty much just going to put fuel where the payload bay should be, and I'll see what the mass margin is. That way we can ensure that it does get up into space, right? And if we lose it, we're not losing anything too incredibly expensive, with the exception of those. Thanks for answering me. Thanks for answering me. Yeah, no, I've made some huge progress. RJ, I redid the entire thermal protection system again today, and it's now it's pretty much what I want. The hybrid wing panel system went really well. I just got to finish up the back piece here. Did you unlock the Mark 2.5 tanks? Wait, what? Test stand to set up drain order. Yeah, drain order doesn't matter. Will you take a poll on the official name? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I have to do the back here. Let's see. I don't want to just put wings here, because that, yeah, that could be a not ideal. However, we could... This looks so stupid. Any reason why you're going with this design and not with the Shuttle X-37 instead? Yeah, chat wanted me to make an SSTO, so I'm not going with an X-37 or a shuttle because they're not SSTOs. Like, yeah, yes there is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. Hey, Maz. 69-month resub. Nice. I just got this on my news feed. Scientists fired tardigrades out of a gun to see if they could survive space impacts. Nice. I don't like this. 3867. Really? That takes away that much? How heavy are these things? Oh. Jeez. And he plans on overclocking the engines. They don't need to be overclocked. Unless you can figure out a way to overclock specific impulse, dude. They don't need to be. There's no way. I might just end up using flags on the back, dudes. I'm not even kidding. To save freaking mass. Oh, it looks terrible. Ugh. Oh, it looks so bad. They need texture. Yeah. Yes! Oh, it looks terrible. Have you seen Northrop Grumman's new logo? It looks I mean, alright. Yeah, I got the part count good. I'm just worried. Alright, where does this get us in vacuum? 4167. Fixed. I didn't do Space News today's question. I don't understand how adding a fuel tank is going to lower my Delta V. I don't think I've ever encountered a scenario where that would happen. These numbers are broken. Those numbers don't. That's a lie. Those numbers aren't right. Yeah, I added a fuel tank and my Delta V and TWR didn't change. Look. Here, I'll add one of these. Okay, TWR changed and we went to 4346. Is there something that Is it just that tank or something? Like, how could burn time be going up and Delta V not going up? That's making my head hurt. Why is it doing that? Fuel flow. It's not fuel flow. All right, I'll do this out manually. What's the mass? 137. It's 137 tons right now. 137.47. Just like it is. Okay, I just typed the number into chat. Let me just find its dry mass and wet mass and we'll go from there. No, Gala, we don't. No, we don't. These parts all flow fuel. See? I know it's all grayed out, but the reason why it's grayed out is because there's no fuel in the tanks. Let's do it out. Let's do out the equation. So let's start filling in these numbers. The first number is 137.47, and then the second number is 35.747. That mass fraction's pretty crap, actually. That's pretty bad. And what's the... I'm going to use atmospheric specific impulse of the shuttle engines, which is 295. Yeah, 295. Okay. Alright, let's see what it does. I'm just doing the delta V readout manually. For the people that don't know, delta V is how much range a spacecraft has. But spacecraft range is measured in acceleration. It's not measured in distance because we're talking about speed. Speed is the name of the game with spacecraft. Right now, I'm doing out the calculation to make sure that I have enough fuel to get into space. 3898, so 3900 on the dot. Let's try it with 315, which is the vacuum impulse here. So 9.81 times 315 log 137.47 divided by 35.74. 4162. Huh. 9.81 meters a second per second, the gravity of the Cape. That's the gravity around Earth. It does vary in certain areas because Earth is a non-uniform sphere, but yeah. That's how much the gravity is for the most part everywhere. .81 meters a second per second is not the gravity on the moon. Take 9.81 and divide it by 6. That's the lunar gravitational acceleration.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Don, 7-month resub. It is 3,900. 137.47 was fueled mass, Jaka. I don't know how much fuel it was. Correct, Shady Face, yeah. Kerbin has the density of like a neutron star. To have this type of gravitational pull at this size, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would singularity itself. Captain Crash, well actually the standard gravitational pull is sorry I deleted your message, man, before I could read the whole thing. Sorry. It's gone. Oops. I couldn't. Sorry, man, I couldn't read it. I was reading that. 9.81 is a rounded number, guys. Oh, jeez, you bring up a good... Oh, the message is gone. There's nothing I can do. I'm sorry. How much mass in the fuel tank you tried adding? Yes. 500 kilograms. Yeah, it must just be in a weird scenario where all this is going to do is increase the burn time, but won't mess with your delta V too much. It's okay, I'll forgive you, since it looks like most of your brains were in you. Since like most of your brains were in your hair. Got him. Wait, I have to reread that. I don't understand. What is that? Doesn't make any. Oh gosh, the message is gone. I lost it. I'm sorry. I just lost the message. I don't know where it went. That tank should put it at 39.95. Erased from existence. Have you looked at the new parts coming in the KSP update? Now, Shady, by looking at them, do you mean drool over them? Because, yeah, it may or may not have done that a little bit. The ground anchors, man. Really happy with those. Those are going to be awesome. Yeah, the base anchor. It's going to be awesome, Mr. Bond. You're using the KSP DB calculator? Ground acres make it seem like the devs watch the stream. Yeah. Yeah. Shady, one of them came in here and started teasing me today. He was saying, oh, there's more stuff in there that you'll appreciate. And I'm like, thanks. Millhouse eyebrows. Alright. I don't know, dudes. The mass fraction is bad right now. All I want is a fuel hose. I know what you mean, man. I don't know, Hellfish. If they threw that into the game, that ain't gonna be good, man. Yeah, squished in the 2-0 Gala. Yes. So no more stations looking like Mir? What do you mean, Pythos? Yeah, Make, you'll get a lot of engineering. Yep. You'll get a lot of engineering, dude. Yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of that. Gonna be a lot of that going on. Is there a link to the new features? It's on the forums, dude, but yeah. 3-0. What? I got a race, brain sample. Yeah. Two goals in 45 seconds. That one tank should be enough to raise the Delta V to orbital levels when it's not carrying cargo. I could calculate it with the cargo Delta V if you want. What numbers are you coming up with that tank, Jaka? Guys, once again, I could be overestimating. Jaka, I'm tempted to just... I mean, we have the TWR to do it. I'm tempted to just do this. I'm tempted to just do that as a prototype flight just to see what happens. I was getting 3902 without the tank and 3995 with the tank. Wait, was it with this one? The X200? It was with that? Interesting. All right. Okay. How much fuel does that have? 720? How much fuel does that have? 360. Okay. Try it with the 9-ton fuel tank, Jaka. I want to see where that gets us. I just gotta figure out a way to close this area off. I gotta put something back here. I don't want to put wings, and I don't really want to put grip pads either. $4,000, figuring 9 tons of fuel. Are you calculating off vacuum or off sea level? Or what specific impulse number are you using? Calculating off the sea level specific impulse. Really? Listen to Jason. What? Why? Wait. Are you, Shady, are you guys talking about something different? If you're talking about something different, no. Not... Wait, what? Why am I... Wait, not Shady. I'm confused. Yep, nope, you confused me. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Yeah, what I was gonna say, Lulz, what are you guys talking about? The docking ports? Whatever, I don't care. I'll be honest, I don't really care about that right now. So wait, how? So these are 78 kilos a pop. 78 times 4, 7 times 4 is 28. So that's about 300 kilos. How much would a panel be here? Hang on. .078. 312. So yeah, that's 12 kilos heavier. So what would the panel take up an equal amount of space? Actually, the real question is, would the panel be making as much drag? Oh, okay, Lulz, I gotcha. Yeah, the panels actually are better. That's a better application. They take up more surface area for less mass. And you can play my kazoo. That's a lot of added drag, so we want that, remember? I don't see drag as a negative thing. It's just a thing. Use it to your advantage. That's like saying, oh, I don't like wrenches because they turn bolts. If you use the panels, you should note attach them to the end of the 2.5 tanks to lower the drag. Drag is a tool, Jason, and so am I. Wait. Will RCS be on the craft? Yes. If we want to do this real all cheaty-like. We could put these things in line here. They're in line with the fairing, which is super cheaty, but it'll work. Lifting 5 tons of cargo drops the delta V down to 3804 from 4806. Does it sound doable? No, not really. But then again, you gotta remember, if you're figuring sea level impulse Jaka, if we're figuring in sea level, then who knows? Because, you know, like 80% of the flight will be done in vacuum, you know? You know what? They overlap just a little bit. Alright, the other way I had it was better. Gotta be careful about adding wings back here, though. You could screw with this a little too much, especially at high angle of attack. I ain't worried. Good. I made a flag texture. Oh, a panel flag texture? Yo, I'm saving that. I like that. People are always gonna ask me, Core, like, how did you get that? What do you think about the new ground anchors? Oh, I'm gonna abuse the trash out of that. It's not cheaty because Caballero is dumb in the first place. Yeah, okay, that's fair. It's a construction part, Kerbal King. You place it down as a construction part. So, I think the plan, what I'm going to do, is I'm going to launch this thing with 9 tons of fuel. We have the payload to do it. I'll launch it with 9 tons in the payload bay. Do I think that 9 tons is... Do I think this thing has 9-ton payload capacity? Hell no. No way. But, there's not a chance that it has that much. But this should tell us pretty conclusively what its payload capacity should be, Jaka, and whether we were figuring this right or not. If it does end up having 9 tons, Sneaky, it's gonna really be realistically something below 3. But yeah, it's not bad. Any ETA on this SSDO's launch when it's ready? Yeah, this is a when it's ready scenario, Ninja. Sorry, I wish I could be more descriptive. I have to figure out how to put this thing on a pad, remember? It's mission mode. I gotta figure out a way to put this thing on the launch pad, and I don't know how to. It shouldn't be too bad, I think. Cranes. Anything can be fixed with cranes. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. For early tests, you could just take off from the runway. Or for early tests, I could just figure out a way to put it on the pad, which I'm going to have to do anyway, and give it like a half tank of gas and fly it up and then fly it down on a suborbital trajectory. That kills 2 birds with 1 stone. See what I'm saying? I'm gonna do it, like, I don't mean to just copy Lockheed's playbook, but I'm gonna copy Lockheed's playbook. They had the testing regime on this thing figured out. Like they had, that's the exact right move. Banana. Hey, Sean. Cool looking space plane. Thank you. Oh. Banana. Did you hear that? 95. Here, let me rewind it. Banana. Listen, the guy says banana. I swear. Listen. I hope you listening. It's not what you heard. It's what you hearing. Listen. Listen. Banana. Banana. Bananas. What is that? What is he saying? He's saying banana. Banana. That guy's saying bananas. Banana. Charlie, are you the banana king? Why we never banana? Now I can't unhear it. Where did I attach that? Oh, there it is. So warm. Sharing in some tender fruit. Banana. What's the song? It's called I Recall by Robert Parker. No, don't look it up. It'll just ruin it. Are you close to a test flight? No? Yes? Kind of? Maybe? Maybe not. Maybe screw yourself. My theory on chat, it's like mushrooms. You feed them crap and keep them in the dark. I recall banana. Banana. You love bananas. You want to intake potassium, so you eat fruits. Mostly bananas. I'm the guy that launches SSTOs. You must be the other guy. Nice. Yes. How are we gonna finish this? Excuse me, one hop. I actually like this song. This song's a banger. Grip pad. Excuse me, one trapezoids. Yeah, well, I recall bananas. I recall having some bananas. I have lost it. Good mounting points for RCS? Yeah, actually, you know what? That's a good point. Where the heck is the RCS on the back of this thing? Where's that supposed to go? Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. 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 And we're gonna need RCS if we want this to be useful. Yeah, stingers on the back, I see. If you put out this version to see if it explodes instantly, it won't explode. It'll be all right. The panels might get a little bit weebly wobbly. But actually I can solve that problem right now. Done. This is all gonna be very weebly wobbly. Weebly. Can solve that with a good old Strutterino right here. Per next place flight, the orbital starship attempt is net August. Oh, Thomas isn't that what I said? Isn't that what I said? Huh. Caps player just ran the Bruins goalie. Nice. Not really, but yeah, that's nice. Oh man, wait a minute. How did I screw that up? Sorry. Just spot bother up at El Rey Pack. There we go. Much better. RCS strakes on the back? Yeah, how am I gonna make that? I'm actually asking, Lulz. I don't know. Strake intakes? Yo. That like would look really good. Rotate them 180 degrees. Why? Nah, I like them this way. I can just put RCS in there. I don't know, Klein. Maybe. You know what? We won't need RCS out back. Well, alright. I'm going to leave that open for now. What time is it? Okay, 9:13. Alright. I meant the other way, flat side outward. Oh. Well. Well. Four to 1 Bruins, 5 minutes left in the third. Jeez. Got it, Chaka. Banana! Sharing with bananas. I'm sorry, I just like saying banana. Bananas never felt so good. What are the hinges for? This is the body flap for it, Jim. The Capitals are the Colts of hockey. Jeez, dude, I didn't think you'd throw your team under the bus that bad. Jeez. Alright. Okay. Jacko, where do we stand, dude? Can you bind this to the flight controls? Yeah, of course I can. Well, there you go. You don't need the control surfaces, you have hinges, trim tabs, dude. Hey, Ren, you racing with us tonight, man? I'm not sure I fully understand what the intakes are for. Does that help? It's the aft RCS quadrant. No, not really quadrant, but you get the idea. Some of the RCS will be pointed, translational RCS will be pointed like that. You'll be there, Ren? Cool. See that? That's what we're doing. It's the place where I'm gonna put the aft reaction control systems. But we have to do more work. 3890. Jaka, okay, so bring me up to speed. Is that 3890 with 9 tons of payload, 9 tons of fuel? What are you figuring again? Just refresh my memory. This is the first live I watch on Twitch. Hi, Game Lord. First live stream you've watched. Hello, I'm EJ. How are you? Give me a minute. Okay. You're fine. You're playing KSP. Great. I'm gonna get these off, but these are RCS stingers. I don't like just putting RCS anywhere. I like having RCS in sections because that's what this thing was supposed to. That's what this thing was supposed to have. This thing. That's what this thing was supposed to do. You understand? You capiche? Hard to look at any of these pictures, but. There should have been RCS in different spots on the thing. I'm not sure the X-33 would have had any, but... Do you think a Ferrari will show up in qualifying? Nah, they'll choke. Yeah, pretty sure, Ren. I'm pretty sure they'll choke. It's Ferrari, dude. Of course they're gonna choke.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Reagan. 8-month resub. Is this craft huge or are the gears too small? Well, it's funny because on the real one, with the real one, the gears look too small too. See? Actually, a pretty good render for the late 90s. It's pretty good animation, not gonna lie. It's pretty good animation for then. I mean, this render is like from 97, 98, something like that. At least I think it is. Let me take a look. Late 90s, yeah. Funny. Is that why you had to add the actuators on the fins? Yeah, I don't really want those back there, MotoKid, but yes. Okay, Jacka, the 3890 Delta V is with the 9-ton tank full, and the fuel used to propel the craft. With the RCS, it would be less. 3890 vacuum with 9-ton tank, with the 9-ton tank full. Now, Jaka, is the tank is full? Use this payload, yeah, or used as fuel? Yeah, Jim, right? Yeah, 3DFX. 3980 at sea level, utilizing 9 tons of fuel, right? You're going Dakota, Pixelcat? That's cool. Saw a Tory tweet the other day where he said they figured out the fuel tank issues months after the project was canceled. That hurts. Well, let's do it justice here, Des Doodles. Feels like watching a PS1 cutscene? Yeah. Yeah, at Circuit of the Americas. COTA, C-O-T-A, Circuit of the Americas. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, it does. I hope we can do it justice. $41.25 vacuum Delta V. Yes, fully fueled and using the fuel. We're at 40. Fully fueled and using the fuel. We're at 41.25. It's not good enough. It's not good enough, man. It ain't good enough. It's just too heavy. Too heavy. Damn it. I might have to go back and redesign the fuel tanks, guys. Frick. That's no good. It could make it on orbit as is, but with not with any usable payload. Maybe that's what we need to do, man. But see, if I scale it up, who cares? Who gives a crap? The bubble payload bay, then, I guess. Yeah, coming up the top. Yeah, I mean. Wonder how much dry mass the panels add. Alright, save it. Ready? It's not much, dude. it really isn't that much. Wait, did I just save that? Hold on. No. Oh, crap. Please hold. Alright. So, this whole front piece, all of that is less than a ton. Where the hell is all the mass coming from? Is it coming from the frigging wings? Like, you wouldn't think. 200 kilo? Yeah, where the hell's all the mass coming from? Fuel tanks, maybe? The engines? I mean, the engines are... Oh, wow. It could be the fairings, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Demo. Thank you. Very insightful. Bruins won. Now we know why the X-33 was scrapped. Ugh. How did you figure out the mass constraints? Jonas, I figured 4.5 tons of thermal protection system. Something isn't right here. There's no way. Hold on. Let me go into my tank testing. This is where I did the mass fractions out. Does this have... No. Where the hell is all that mass coming from? Could it be the fairings? Hey, Grab Shark. Each fairing is about a ton. So that's a ton, that's a ton, that's a ton. Where's 35? Are the mass fractions on these tanks that freaking bad? But panels don't even weigh that much. Guys, I'm telling you, all the panels and all the wings on this thing probably equate out to, I don't know, 2 to 3 tons at the very best. The skin, the aero skin on this is not the problem. Because look, the other one... So this is 46 tons? No, 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 no. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Get rid of that. Save this. This has the exact same fuel tank configuration as the other one. This is reading 37786. This one over here. There's no way we added 10 tons of that. Jeez, that bug thing is back. That's good. There's no way we added 10 tons of panels. There's no way. Do a clipping check pass? I don't think there's anything in here. Save it as a new craft and start ripping parts off of that bug just landed on my leg, dude. Oh my god, stupid freaking bug. Oh, jeez. Should have killed him when I had the chance. KSP attracts bugs. Oof. We added 10 tons of panels. There's no way. All right. So I saved it as a new craft file, okay? The 9-ton fuel tank weighs 1 ton empty. Yeah, that's why I took it off when I messed with this. Are the hinges heavy? Yeah, kind of. Oh, they equate out to a ton themselves? Whoa. That's a ton? No way. 52, yeah. Both of the hinges equal out to a ton. That one hinge weighs as much as almost the front of the entire ship. All right, let's take those off. Just leave that like that for a second. All right, so this piece right here. What tanks are you using? Just the adapters. It's this with that for the most part. It's just two of those kind of wrapped over each other. Did you really need the hinge? What was its purpose? Yes, I need the hinge. It's the body flap actuation. I tried adding more fuel to the craft and it lost delta V instead of gain, so adding fuel isn't an option. Your fuel maxed. Any mass drop equals cargo gain. I don't know, I watch. I'll think about that some other time. I don't know for sure. Each one of those things is... Each one of these things is 40 kilos here. So how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 times 40 kilos. So 25 times 0.04. Yeah. The panel thermal protection system and the skin of the craft ain't the problem. It's the fuel tanks. Yeah, and yeah, you'd have to times that by 2, right? So there's 2 tons here, and then right here is another ton. That whole thing, the whole arrow shell is 3 tons, which is nothing. Literally did 1 times 2. Yeah, I know. The intakes did chuck on some mass. Yeah, I mean... Landing gear, I mean, what, I don't... Less than a ton. Yeah, it's the dry mass of the tanks, guys. It's the dry mass of the tanks. Yeah. This is not a good enough max fraction here. These tanks suck for what they are. I just don't know how the heck we're gonna make it any different. That's the thing. Freaking these tanks are literally made out of iron. Please just check the wings. Sorry, what? Why? What are we checking with the wings? This part? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're 50 kilos a pop. 7 times 5 is 35, so that's 350 kilos. Times that by 2. That's another ton right there. So we have 1 ton, 2 ton, 3 tons, and then I would guess for the whole back assembly another couple of tons. What are these? 36? Yeah. So I'd figure 2 back here. So 2 tons, 3 ton, 4 ton, 5 ton. Yeah. 5. Even if this was 3, 4, 5, and 6, and then 250 kilos a pop, so 7 for the landing gear, and then 8 for the wing for the control surface, or for these things down here. Yeah, that's right, because the tank testing prototype over here, dude, is 26, right? And then our prototype right here is 37. 11 tons. Yeah, that's right. It's right. It's close enough. I don't know, goalie. Spinning and pulsing. Pulsing would be spinning, yeah. I mean, maybe it's just doing a maneuver. There's no bug besides the one in your room. Yeah. What's the mass of the intakes? 125 kilos a pop. So they're 300. 375, rounded up to 400. Yeah, the intakes are heavy. These are heavy. So it looks like the numbers are adding up for the most part, guys. They're adding up. I might have to redesign the fuel tanks. Ironic, huh? Ironic. No, they don't. Jeez, that bug is huge. Thing that I flicked. I think I flicked it and hurt one of its wings, so he just flies in circles now. Okay. Yeah, none of these are wet wings, Sawyer. Now we know why NASA canceled it. Yeah. Seeing the dry mass in the game, you can look at how much the liquid fuel in the oxidizer weighs, and you can look at that and you compare that to the overall mass of the tank. Can we at least fly it once? I mean, yeah. Soon. It's untagged, but see last. Oh, nice. It's all fuel tank. How did they plan on doing anything with cargo? Payload bay is right there. It wouldn't have had a big payload bay, goalie. It would have had a payload bay about the same size as the X-37. I just can't believe that this is so ridiculously heavy. Is there like a glitch? Did I screw up a fuel tank or something? Like, these adapters, just the mass fraction is terrible. So 135 and 165, which means we have 3 tons worth of fuel, and the tank is 375 kilos. What about you? 270 and 330, so that's 6 tons. That's 750 kilos dry? Oh, and I have 4 of those. Oh, that's a terrible mass fraction. Oh, 750. That tank weighs a ton. Almost a ton by itself, and I have 6 of them. Oh, God, that's horrible. And then what... Oh, jeez. Yeah. So, if one of these is 300, or, well, it's 375. Let's just round it up to 400 to make the math easier. And that one's 750, right? So, 400, it's 400 kilos times 6. So that's 2.4 tons for just 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I lost it. I lost my train of thought. 400 times 6. So that's 2.4 tons there. And then this one, we have 6 of those. So 6 times 7 is 42. So that's another 4.2 tons. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. What's the mass fraction on this thing? A ton. And we have 6 of that. So that's 6 tons. 6 is 4 is 10. And then 12.4 And then the 3 fairings, 13, 14, 15. And then these, the 2 shuttle motors. Yep. Damn it. The orange tanks have the best dry mass relation. Mass fractions of all the bases in the tanks. Yeah, those the mass fraction on all those adapters are killing me. They have a worse mass fraction than everything else. What has the best mass fraction? Pi. Oscar B. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. The FLTs, it looks like FLTs, so these things have the same mass fraction as the orange tanks. Just got here. What happened to the panels? Nothing, Phil. We're messing with the fuel tanks. This is what it looks like. The fuel tanks. Fuel tanks are caca. It's the adapters. The adapters are killing me. Yeah, all the tanks are practically the same except for these adapters. These adapters have a terrible mass fraction compared to the rest of them. They're bad. But, on the other hand, I don't know exactly how the heck I'm going to make this work. How are we going to make the shapes, and how are we going to shoehorn these tanks in here without going ham on clipping things? You're going to redesign the whole thing? No. I anticipated this problem, just in case. Watch. Tank mount, baby. I can take the tanks out. Yeah, I anticipated this problem. Yeah. I just wanted to prove that it was a problem before we went any further. I mounted the tanks out of symmetry and on their own mounting points. So all we need to do is attach a fairing to this and then gizmo it back into position. And yeah, the tanks are interchangeable. You can pop them out if you need to. The front tank is fixed. That's going to be... Because that... I didn't do the same thing with the front tank because I knew that this is going to be close enough. And I want mass up front, so I knew I wasn't likely to change that. These tanks, though, just like the real one, we ran into a very similar problem. It's nice and comfy in here, though. Alright, now the real question is... So... There's the bilobe tank right there. What do we do? How much fuel does this thing have? So 720 times 2, 540 times 2, 270 times 2. They have 3,000 units of fuel. Right? 720 plus 540 plus 270 times 2. 3,000. Okay, cool. So cheaty. Now, how much does this carry? 14 and 14 is 28, so it's 29. Yeah. I got an idea for what it's worth. Here, how about we do something like this, okay? Attach these on the outside, right? And then this tank, right, can go right here. I just made it a different color so I could select it. Any objections? Man, that bug is friggin' huge. He's just crawling around on my ceiling up there. I keep seeing him out of the corner of my eye. Get away from me, dude. Jeez, that thing is huge. Oh, he just keeps flying in circles because I heard him. I mean, it doesn't look as cool as the other tanks, that's for sure, but I'd say it's okay because we don't have carbon tanks. Alright. Don't you have a Nerf gun? Yeah, I could pop them with a Nerf gun, but I don't feel like going and finding the Nerf darts. Yeah, you're not going to see them. You're not going to see the tanks because they're wrapped in panels. That's right. So get rid of this. Get rid of that. I mean, it's super clippy, but less parts. Okay. I gotta do some internal strut running here. Which will look like this. Actually, running them internally like this actually makes it look like stringers. Nice. How much does this weigh empty? So this is 5.94 tons in this configuration right here. 5.94. What's the regular biload tank? This is 5.4. And this holds 3,000 units of fuel. How much does this one hold? 1440, 1440, and 720. This thing carries 600 more units of fuel and is 400 kilos heavier. That's what I'm talking about. That's the difference between this thing working and not working. See what I mean? The mass fraction. It's the mass fraction on those things. They're terrible. It's not a fly, public. It's a, I don't know. I think it's a moth or something. Could be a cricket. I have no idea. I don't know bugs. Just kill it already? Why? Take a picture of it? I don't... Whatever. Last. SSDOs are hard enough. No big deal. Yeah, alright. If you guys are all cool with clipping tanks, I'm fine with it. I mean, there's no way we're going to replicate the carbon fiber tanks that the real one has. So clipping is the only way to kind of compensate for that. If you just line those up with node attach, you can get rid of the fairing. I'm not going to get rid of the fairing because the fairing's going to occlude these things. Yeah, it could be Linprod. I don't know.
I'm finishing the Pringles.
Dibs on the Cheez-Its then.
Of course.
Can I have one Pringle?
Are you sure once you pop, you can't stop?
Yeah. You only gave me one.
You said one Pringle. You said you wanted one! You didn't even enjoy them.
Excuse me.
No!
One Pringle.
No!
Excuse
No!
me. One Pringle. Sorry. Excuse me. One Pringle. Yeah, Berg, the mass fraction on the tank is poop. Why would we get rid of the fairing demo? Prototype 7.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting, Jaka. Demo, they're occluded. They're occluded inside of the fairing. Yeah, no, I don't think that makes a difference. When it turns into Mothra. Okay. So, the cool thing about this is that I can just... 37,786 was where we were at. 37,786 was our mass before I pulled that tank. Now I'm going to pull this one, right? We pull the tanks. I go find bilobe tank 3. And then I promptly move that right into position. Oof. 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 we still have a little bit of a payload bay. We still got a little bit left. Still got a little bit left. I mean, the payload bay is supposed to ride high anyway. It's fine. Let me just rerun some of the struts to the tanks. Like I said, guys, I made these tanks. I made the tank mounting point modular just in case this happened. Move those tip tanks as far to either side as they'll go without showing through. I'm good. I'm happy where this is right now. Does this have fuel in the tanks right now? No? Hey Joe, completed freshman year. Congratulations, man. What do you think of using the remaining space for a crew tank? I think let's run some numbers before we go changing things, because I don't want to have the same problem that I literally just had a second ago. Yes, Jay, I did. Cool. I redid all the struts. They don't look as pretty as they were, but let's crunch some numbers here now. We know that is not lying to us. So still 39.46. Are the intakes in the back closed? Yeah. 39.46. Fuel line check, huh? Everything's fully fueled here, Jackham. We're making 3946 and 4200, which is kind of back to where we were. I added more fuel in the same amount of space. We're still incurring a little bit of a higher dry mass. This is 38 as opposed to 37. But I think these tanks, if I was looking at that spreadsheet, right, these tanks will carry more. What's the launch TWR? 1.25. And then 9 tons of that will put us at 4053. And yeah, see? Those numbers are right. Yeah, the mass fraction on those things was terrible. 3,900. And okay, let me put 3 tons in here. 3 tons. It's 3760. Yeah, okay, John. How much is it in vacuum? 4,000 a pop. I'm thinking. Yeah, they are matching up better this time, huh? Jan, finish that, dude. I'm not gonna be your excuse for not getting your work done. All right, I'm gonna go get the Saturday Morning Post. I'm killing this bug. It keeps crawling in my peripheral. Saturday Morning Post. Done. Are those NASA shorts? I got space shuttles on my gym shorts. Duh. You don't? Rip Bug 2021. Nice, JC. Actually, 3 things happened today. People made stupid comments about stuff in chat. Oh wait, that's you. So yeah, 3 things happened today too. Okay, where was I? Looks good, Stackless. TWR is 1.25, guys, but still have to put a probe core in. We still have to put RCS in here. See, where I'm at, fellas, is should I use this as a subscale? If I use it as subscale, if I use it as a subscale demonstrator, well, let me just think about this. This would make orbit again without cargo. I know, yeah. Well, let me add like 1 ton here. Yeah, its cargo capacity is nil for the most part. We could use it to move Kerbals. Yeah. The TWR seems high for liftoff. It will only improve as the fuel burns. I think I'm gonna put... Yeah, Jacob, the only thing really left to do is get this thing out on the pad and go. That's the only thing left. It's the only thing left to do. Seriously. Last, please. Can you try and overclock the aerospikes with Cubs for gimbal? No. I don't have aerospikes unlocked. Could we use this for Kerbals only? That was kind of the idea, dude. Ah. Excuse me.
It's a free house. The house is free! It's a free house for you, Sneaky. Can you mount the verniers further back? No, I want them as far forward as I can, Shady. Okay. What do you think of using this as a subscale test? Wait until KSP team reveals whatever you... Yeah, that... Well, the deadline, lols. Deadline. I don't really have a choice in that regard now, do I? I mean... Yeah, maybe. Asking chat for an extension if it's efficient enough to really change it. It really depends on what we see. Yeah, I mean, if it's something that's game changing, then yeah, I'll probably do it. I'll probably say screw it. Yeah, change it. Oh, that's cool. Nice, Elvish, that's cool. Okay, the next thing I need to do...
Battery. Where did our part count end up? I'm wondering. 338. Hey, not bad. Really not bad at all. 338. Okay. That's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit higher, but I won't go above 350, I don't think. Unless there, I mean, there might be some struts here and there that I don't know about that we should probably change, but... And there is that. I should probably do something about that. Can you upgrade the VAB, then drive this to the runway just for us tonight? This is like a tease at this point. I suppose if you wanted to. What am I doing to patch the hole on the top? Well, what's probably going to end up going there is, something like that, to be honest with you. I don't think we have that kind of payload capacity there, but yeah, that's probably what's going to end up going in that spot, which is why for the test demonstrator I'm really not going to do anything else. Okay. Question, wasn't this supposed to be this? Didn't you say it was going to do this? Didn't you say it was going to do this? Yeah, I also didn't plan on not having enough Delta V. You know, so plans can change, guys. That's what a test program's all about. Use the fixed antenna, it's less mass. Yeah, it's less mass, but it's also less powerful. I need this thing to be able to communicate through re-entry, Luizo. So, no. Don't use the fixed antenna. Nah, I don't want to do that, man. The one on the bottom. That's a relay. That's not an antenna. I'm not gonna have my shuttle relay transmissions. That's stupid. It's not a Tidris satellite. Hey Zelnerd, what's up? It works as both. Twitching, how does that change the statement that I said previously? Honest question. I don't want to use it because it works as a relay, and I don't want my shuttle relaying. Oh, but it works as both. Yeah, yes. Yeah, man, I know. I know, dude. I don't get... Yeah, I know. Yeah, J-Speed, yeah, right? Alright, well, here, ready? Oh, there you go. There you go. And if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bike. Alright, prototype 7. We ain't gonna launch it today, but here's what I'll do for you. We'll put it out. I will do some structural tests with it. I think that's enough. Can you explain what are the rules for overlapping pieces? It's a context thing, Gene. I can't clip fuel tanks like directly into fuel tanks. I try to accommodate for the room. If I clip 2 fuel tanks, I try to leave some other volume open somewhere. Or if I'm using a fuel tank as a fuselage, you can't put fuel in it. It's kind of a context thing, dude. It's basically good faith rules, I guess. Good test. Nice. Good way to start. Nice. Nice. Clipped into the pad, I didn't move it far enough. At least it withstood a pretty good Kraken strike. I got my shuttle engines back, that's all I care about. I told you so. Yeah. Oh, jeez. What did you tell me? Oh, Bear, let me see. Where's your all-knowing freaking ability to see the future? Let me see. I don't see anything from you regarding clipping like that. Huh. This was a joke. So are you! Got them. Alright, let's see what else we got. Test successful? More like test failed successfully. Let's go back in here. What happened to the launch tower? What launch tower? The one... oh, that broke. Yeah, I recovered it. Well, scrapped it would be the right way to say that, I guess. Oh. Okay, you just go over there, and you stay over there. I think that's enough. Yeah, it withstood a pretty hard Kraken strike, Nug. So, got that going for me, which is nice. It looks like the front shield could do with some, front could do with some attachment. Alright. The damn bug's back. Nice. Nice. I want to see how much debris is out there. Oh, this is really, really broken. Where's the rest of the ship? It was in mid-explosion, so half the parts were flying, so the Kraken ate them. Great, good. That's 100 G's down the toilet. Alright, that's enough. I'm done. I'm done for the night. I'm gonna run that strut, and then we're gonna, yeah, not be here anymore, because I don't really want to be here right now. That's really stupid. Lovely. Great, good, great, grand, wonderful. Not much of a loss. It was 2 shuttle motors worth, dude. It's a lot of money. Pretty much the entire vehicle, which was stupid. Stupid. Wait, I don't understand. How is this strut not running from there, or am I dumb? What about those? Oh, those are running from the wings. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna put this one over here. Put it over there. Wait, are we doing it again? I have to make sure it works. Do you have your VODs posted somewhere? Yeah, you could try the YouTube channel. Funny man. Try that. Drummer started uploading VODs to that the other day. I mean, I'm not sure how much...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How useful that thing is, because every single freaking video is getting claimed. I could burp and it would get claimed. Hey, plus 49 months. Well, it looks the part. That's for sure. Definitely looks the part. I'm surprised that that's the only part of the vehicle that's sagging at all. Just got to put a couple, basically a strut there. Strut there, and then, yeah, we're good to go. Crazy. Jaka, yeah, it definitely looks right. Oh crap, I put it out on the runway with full fuel. Or put it out here with full fuel tanks. No wonder it cracked and struck. How many fuel tanks do we have? We have one, two, three, four of those. 5, 6, 7, 8. So actually those two would equal one more, so 5, and then those two would equal 6. Ooh, yeah, pad upgrades. Gotta do a pad upgrade. And the triangle panels are kind of wobbly near the nose cone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there. Couple struts there, couple struts there, couple struts there. Otherwise, I'm not seeing very much sag from anything in this thing. There's a little right there, just a little bit. Yep. I'm wondering why those things move around so much and the other ones don't, but hey, whatever. Well, this guy looks the part, guys, so I just hope I engineered it right. All right. Yeah. The end of that shaped up pretty well. If I can get a new launch flange made for it tomorrow, yeah. Should be, I mean, I don't see why I gotta redo some of that launch pad. Yeah, we'll button up some of these struts tomorrow, guys, and I think we should be good. Like, I didn't do space news today, no. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. I'm pretty sure. Like, I gotta work on the pad flange. I know the fuel flow will be good. Are you gonna do it like the video? We could do a suborbital test with it. Yeah, I don't see why we shouldn't. I just gotta mess with the pad a little bit. But do we want to mess with Freedom's pad? With the Freedom 7 pad? I don't think we should. I might. At first I was gonna say, oh, just change the launch plate, you know, and go from there, but I don't know. This internal structure using cubic octags works really well. Yeah. Time for pad B. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, guys, like I said, this thing is not going to have, it's not going to have very high payload capacity. It really isn't. In fact, I'm pretty sure this thing will just be able to fly up into space and fly right back down, and that's about it. Yeah, I mean, I think we're... I don't know, RJ, maybe. Yeah, Jocko, we can fly on a pretty efficient ascent profile, so... I think for the test, if I can get the pad figured out tomorrow, what I'll do for the test is, sorry, it's getting late, so my mind blanked. I'll just put fuel. We'll put fuel in the center. I'll put like an extra couple tons of fuel in there, and we'll see where that gets us. That's pretty much it. It's an SSTO with terrible mass fraction. This is the kind of stuff that you run into, but hopefully we do it right. Anyway, guys, I am, yeah. But that's going to do it for Kerbal. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll make the launch plate for the pad, and yeah, flight test tomorrow if everything goes right. The pad should not be that difficult. I have to make a different kind of launch flange, and that's about it. It really, I'm serious. I could almost make it an adapter plate for the current pad. It's very close, but I have to mess with the stool a little bit. But yeah, all right, Jim. Have a good night. How big is your full-size SSTO going to be? It should be about 2 to 3 times the size, Hellfish. Yeah, I think 3 might be the right move. 3 times the size is going to be big. Very big. Yeah. Alright. So, I'm going to do racing now. We're going to do some Friday night racing in Assetto Corsa. And we're going to go from there. I'm going to take 5 here real quick. And yeah, when I get back, we'll do some racing. If you're out from Gerbil, I'll see you guys here tomorrow. And if not, stick around. Have some fun driving around with us. Yeah, come and have some fun driving around with yous. With Alice Cooper. We're not worthy. We're not worthy. Alright. The steering wheel started rotating in my hand like it's about to do. Ready? Oh, didn't do it. It usually does it twice. But, oh, that's when I start up the computer. Alright, passing. Party on. Party on, Garth. Party on, Wayne. Okay, we got a new feature here. It allows us to travel through time and space. It's called Chroma Key. It's really handy if you want to go to New York. Hey, where is New York? I love that movie, man. It's a great movie. Alright, I gotta go put some socks on for the racing. Can't race barefoot. Barrel, don't you love it when it ties itself up? You have the wire lying on it, and it just, just there it goes, just tying the wheels. The wheel is tying up all the wiring. That's great. Charging my phone. The Apple charging cable is not charging the phone. That's good. Oh, there it goes. All right, fellas, I'll be back in a moment here. What's going on, racing people?
Hey there.
Racing is going on. Well, practice.
Spinning is occurring.
Oh, that's also, yeah. A lot of spinning.
Is it a good trick?
Yes, it is.
No. Track good, car hard.
Okay.
So there is a lot of stuff to download, obviously, because we have pretty much everything new